In the night forest, warriors prepare for battle, determined to defeat the approaching beast at any cost. Two fighters stand tensely, and one shouts to the other that the enemy is behind him. The red-haired warrior pierces the head of a huge monster with his sword in front of his shocked comrade with a torch. The fair-haired elf looks at the warrior in surprise and asks why he is here. The elf thanks his savior, apologizes for his past pranks, and admits that he saved his life and protected the tribe. Smiling, the elf promises to never forget this, and the game window shows an increase in affection and the receipt of a new achievement. The elf says that his little sister also wanted to say something, and an elf girl appears in the frame. The confused elf asks about the offer to become his companion, and a relationship increase notification appears. The game window announces the first achievement that allows you to use elven equipment, and the girl says that she is against it if it is not him. In a big city, a crowd joyfully greets a newlywed couple, a human and an elf, as they walk down the aisle. The human groom and elf bride kiss tenderly, and the game window announces the first achievement, the marriage of the stranger to the elf. A man in a suit speaks on stage, declaring that the game Ares is not just a game, because its characters make their own decisions. The speaker claims that Ares is another world, and the audience in the hall cannot believe that what was shown was gameplay. Two men in the audience are amazed, saying they would never have guessed it was graphics. The presenter continues that this is not just a realistic game, but a new world created by the Purium Company. He explains that thanks to the introduction of super artificial intelligence, a divine being was born. God Ares himself evaluates players and can grant them special abilities for their achievements. The speaker encourages people not to cling to routine, because in the game you can become a hero, shrouded in legendary glory. Or you can build your own army and rule like a king, achieving in Ares everything you couldn't in real life. The host hovers in the air above the game's title, claiming that even the impossible in reality becomes reality in Ares. The audience in the hall enthusiastically shouts that with such quality, he definitely wants to play it. The crowd erupts in applause. People ask where to buy the game and say they're starting right now. The response to the virtual game created by genius Lee Si-jin was explosive, influencing global culture and pushing the number of players past 1 billion. A year later, the player appears in the starting area for levels 1 through 10 and is amazed by the realism of the world. Players are discussing the fact that their real physical data is transferred into the game, so they are only allowed to change their appearance. People gathered to watch an event that has been running since the game's launch, where you have to break a wooden effigy in 10 hits. Completing the task will reward you with a VIP capsule worth 50 million won and a 5-figure bonus to all stats. Two players discuss the difficulty of the event, noting that there are almost no people willing to try it. Even gold medalist Hanil couldn't do it, so now everyone thinks it's impossible. One of the newbies wonders why no one wants to even try, since there is so much talk about it. They explain to him that everyone is waiting for today's last hope for humanity, and someone asks the crowd to move aside. A huge, red-skinned, horned fighter, Madosok, the strongest of the primates, appears, causing the crowd to roar with admiration. Madosok smirked as he looked at the scarecrow that even Hanil couldn't break. Spectators are amazed by his size and say that this guy can knock down a bear with his bare hands. Next to the giant, the scarecrow seems very small, and people wonder whether he will even need 10 blows. Madosok declares that the 50 million won VIP capsule will be his and delivers a crushing blow. The blow sends the effigy flying a meter, and the crowd waits with hope to see if they can break it this time. Two observers in the lab monitor the proceedings, hoping for success to avoid angry phone calls. The female developer is worried that if this guy doesn't cope after Hanil, there will be a big scandal. Watching Madosok on screen, they worry that tomorrow all the headlines will be trumpeting that Ares is cheating players for money. The developer speculates that if Madosok fails, they will have to tamper with the system for the first time. The female developer is screaming in panic that if nothing works out, she will quit. Madosok realizes with horror that he has failed the task, and the system suggests that he try again next time. The team leader, in despair, says that they are finished, and his colleague suggests running away and having dinner. He offers to pay for dinner if she doesn't quit, but she decides to look at the menu first. Suddenly, their colleague informs them that a new challenger has appeared in the game. The developers see a new player in a standard beginner's kit and doubt that he will cope. They notice that his weapon is purchased and remember that donations have never helped anyone. The colleague apologizes for giving him false hope, but the team leader reassures him and gets ready to leave for dinner. Suddenly there is a crash and the team leader's eye lights up red. The player slashes the effigy with one blow, and a congratulatory message appears in the world. The system announces that he has become the first player to destroy the wooden effigy. The player receives a +5 to all stats and 200 fame points as a reward, leaving spectators in shock. They can't believe that someone could do this, because they thought Matosiak was the last strong player. Looking at the tired player, they come to the conclusion that he seems to be an ordinary person. The team leader suddenly realizes something and urgently asks a colleague to check the player's sword rank. The girl reports that the test result is strange, to which the team leader shouts that it would be stranger if it were normal. It turns out that the sword is of epic rank, and there are no restrictions on its use for its creator. Seeing the epic rank, everyone wonders who this mysterious player really is. A memory begins in which the ringing of metal from a hammer striking an anvil can be heard. The bright flame in the forge burns through everything around. A little boy sees his father working hard in the forge and calls out to him. The father notices his son and says warmly that he has returned. The boy hugs his father with tears in his eyes and vows to protect him. But in the memory, the father says that it is still burning. The father's figure is completely engulfed in flames and he screams that he is hot. The grown-up son desperately tries to save his father from the fire, begging him to get out. The boy wakes up in tears, realizing that it was just the same recurring nightmare. The action shifts to the lobby of a hospital in Seoul, where a disgruntled young man sits. He gloats that the players are still trying to break the effigy by force, even though he said it was useless. He angrily explains to someone on the phone that he couldn't do anything because he wasn't allowed into his father's room. A guy in a hoodie and mask approaches him, and his interlocutor asks him in surprise if he is too hot to dress like that. The hooded man takes off his mask, revealing scars, and menacingly asks him if he's tired of living. His friend quickly changes the subject and asks if he has heard of the game Ares. The guy in the hood asks him again about the name, and his interlocutor doesn't believe that he doesn't know about this game. He explains that it is the most popular game and that there is a newbie event going on right now. He adds that no one has completed this event yet, and the reward is a VIP capsule worth 50 million won. The scarred guy doubts his success, reminding him that 1 billion people have already failed. His friend confidently states that it will not be easy, but still possible. He says that he understands how to defeat the scarecrow, and therefore his friend has a chance. A friend got him a standard Ares game capsule, which costs a whopping 10 million won. The scarred guy wonders how 1 billion people can play such an expensive game, but his friend assures him it's worth it. He explains that you can earn real money in the game, so everyone is competing for rewards. His friend urges him to hurry, but the scarred guy admits that he has already tried a little. He sternly asks his friend, Kim Chi-hoon, where he got the capsule. Chi-hong avoids answering and urges them to think about how much they can earn from this. Hyun-soo doubts its success and calls his friend's idea a crazy one. Chi-hong counters, calling it an investment, and insists that his friend has a chance. Hyun-soo doesn't understand what chance he's talking about, and Chi-hoon begins his story about the Ares game. This game has a blacksmith class that looks incredibly powerful. Chi-hoon reminds his friend that he is the only son of a world-famous master blacksmith. He says that with such skills, defeating that scarecrow will be easy, and Hyun-soo finally understands his plan. Hyun-soo takes off his cap and says that he did not show the aftermath of that incident. He shows his scars and admits that he is not in a condition to try anything right now. A terrible memory of the fire comes to his mind, in which he screamed for his father. He remembers with despair how that day took absolutely everything from him. He himself barely survived, and his father has never regained consciousness since. His family did not have the money to pay for expensive treatment, so he had to take a hard job on a construction site. For 10 years, he followed in his father's footsteps, forging countless pieces with his hammer. But now even this work has become unbearable for him, and he drops the hammer in despair. After that incident, he could no longer use his right hand, and even ordinary work became difficult. Returning to the present, he tells his friend that he will cope with his problems on his own. He asks to take the capsule so as not to throw 10 million won down the drain, and is going to take a part-time job. Chi-hong stops him, saying that he knows how he works himself to death to pay his father's bills. He asks his friend what his own life is like and whether he really intends to remain a cripple forever. Chi-hong reminds that the treatment costs about 1 billion won, but this is not a reason to give up. He angrily says that the Hyun-soo he knew before was not like this. He shouts that Hyun-soo always dreamed of being a blacksmith and can become one in the Ares game. Chi-hong says that he will take on the expenses of 10 million and asks you to just listen to him at least once. He begs Hyun-soo to try at least once, promising not to insist anymore. Hyun-soo looks silently at his crippled, trembling hand. His thoughts return to the construction site, where he tries to focus on work, pushing Chi-hoon's words aside. He desperately reminds himself that he needs to quickly earn money for his father's treatment. Work is in full swing around him, and the loud sounds of metal hitting the building site echo throughout the entire site. The loud ringing of metal echoes in his heart, and he understands that he has finally reached the capsule. The ringing of metal brought him here, and his friend's words about his dream of becoming a blacksmith echoed in his head again. The familiar ringing of metal and the memory of flames burning through everything around him haunt him. He puts on the virtual reality glasses, promising himself that he will hear that sound again, father. The system welcomes him to the world of Aries and begins the character creation process. The character selects the nickname Hyun-soo, and the system begins character customization. The system begins to analyze his physique, causing him to look at his hands in surprise. The analysis is complete, and the system suggests that he continue with this appearance. Character creation is complete, and the search for a server to enter the game begins. He clenches his fist, feeling that not only has the scar disappeared, but the strength in his right hand has completely returned. He sweats nervously, remembering that he owes someone 10 million won. With a determined look, he promises himself that he will have to sweat to repay the debt. The system informs him that he will be summoned to a random area and moves him to a beginner's area called Len's Forge. Inside the forge, he sees another man angrily cursing the instructors. An elderly blacksmith with a gray beard declares that he can forge a better sword than this bastard's. He strikes the hot metal on the anvil with a hammer with force. The blacksmith screams desperately, urging the workpiece to simply work as it should. Hyun-soo, watching the process, calmly notes that this is not how it is done. The surprised blacksmith turns around and asks what the stranger just said. Hyun-soo, looking into his eyes, repeats that this is not how blacksmithing is done. The blacksmith objects that you can't forge a strong sword this way, and asks how a stranger could know this. Hyun-soo politely explains that although it is none of his business, he cannot pass by when he sees someone trying to forge a good sword. The blacksmith grins, saying that he talks as if he himself knows how to forge. Deciding that he has nothing to lose, the blacksmith hands over his hammer and invites the boy to show what he can do. He hands the hammer to Hyun-soo, promising to watch closely to see if he has anything to back up his words. Hyun-soo takes the hammer, thinking that even though he just wanted to be friends, this option will do too, but he has one condition. The blacksmith asks what the condition is, and Hyun-soo replies that if he proves his skill, he will take the forged sword and show him something worthwhile in exchange. The blacksmith laughs loudly at such self-confidence, declaring that he likes it. He steps aside, hoping that the newcomer's confidence will not disappear. However, he sits down and warns that if the guy loses, he will pay for his insolence. Hyun-soo stands at the anvil, thinking that 3 years have passed, and he is not sure if he still has the grip after making such loud statements. He starts working and feels that he will succeed. He concentrates completely on the blows, thinking that he needs to wait a little longer. All the forgotten sensations return to him, the familiar ringing of steel and the scorching heat on his skin. He smiles because it's so good to be back doing what he loves, and his body remembers everything. The blacksmith watches from afar, thinking that at first this stranger was simply clumsily copying someone. He admits that the guy is pretty good and seems to understand a thing or two. However, he decides that this must be his limit. The blacksmith looks at the smiling Hyun-soo and doesn't understand why he's so happy. He decides that it doesn't matter whether he enjoys it, because only the result is important here. The blacksmith decides not to interfere, since he's not just a master blacksmith in the starting area, and hopes the guy won't get hurt. Suddenly, he looks in surprise as Hyun-soo continues forging. He is amazed by the amazing skill and cannot believe that it was actually possible to increase strength like this. He is angry with himself for not having thought of such a basic technique, but he understands that everything could end in an instant. He assumes the guy is just trying to impress him, but then remembers that he has the skill to determine the rank of an item. A young blacksmith strikes a red-hot workpiece with his hammer, and a system message appears, upgrading the steel from D grade to C grade. The old blacksmith watches the process in amazement, not believing that steel can be improved so quickly. The old man thinks that the boy was not lying about his abilities, but assumes that this is his limit. He is sure that the guy will not be able to raise his rank any higher, and mentally suggests that he continue to hammer. The old man is convinced that without special skills, the guy is no better than him. and cheap tricks will not change anything. Morning came, and the old blacksmith woke up, realizing that he had dozed off while watching the boy work. He looks into the forge and is surprised to see that the young man is still working. The young man is completely focused on his work, striking the hot metal with a hammer again and again. The old man can't believe that the guy worked all night without rest and doesn't look tired at all. Suddenly, the blank bursts into flames and the system window shows that the steel has reached rank B, shocking the old man. He realizes that it is indeed possible to reach B rank without any special skills. Watching the young man's determined face, the old man understands that he is not going to stop and wants to raise his rank even higher. Suddenly, the young man stops, feeling tired, and mutters that he seems to have overexerted himself. An old blacksmith approaches him and offers his help, asking what he needs to do. The guy smiles gratefully and simply says thank you. They begin to work together, and soon the young man is holding a perfectly polished and shining ingot in his hands. The old man shouts in delight that this is incredible because they have created A-rank steel, from which a rare sword can be forged. He explains that his skill determines the rank of items, and he has never seen anything even magical, let alone rare, in the starting village. The blacksmith happily says that now he can forge a unique sword and asks why the guy is not happy. The young man replies that it is too early to rejoice, because the handle still needs to be finished and the blade hardened. He adds that they need to try to make the handle stronger, and the old man realizes that the blade is far from ideal. The old man laughs and says that he has never met anyone like him, after which he asks if he really plans to complete the magic item. The blacksmith takes out a glowing green stone and offers to use it, which surprises the young man. The boy recognizes the mithril ore, and the old man explains that it is their family heirloom. When the old man hands him the ore, the young man asks in bewilderment why he is doing this. The old man explains that thanks to the boy he learned a lot, but this ore is still beyond his capabilities. The young man looks at the mithril ore and thinks that such things don't exist in the real world. He doubts he can forge an item from the legendary mithril, but decides to take the risk. The boy agrees, saying that he cannot refuse, and the old man happily offers to learn from him. The old blacksmith asks if he can call the young man master and address him as you. A month later, the young man, surrounded by a bright light, delivers the final blow to the sword. A window appears with the characteristics of the epic sword Daylight, and the guy named Yeon-Soo looks tired, but happy. In the control center, 2 employees discuss Yeon-Soo's incredible achievements. The man says he decided to take a break because there is no more information about the guy. His colleague finds personal information. His name is Kim Hyun-Soo. He is 23 years old, and he entered the game from a friend's house. The man praises her, but she replies that she is simply reading personal information from his application. He is surprised that the application has arrived, and the girl adds that the guy asks to keep his identity a secret. The man does not understand why he wants to hide, and the girl confirms that he is very persistent in this request. She suggests that in real life he would be surrounded by fans, and that he has reasons for not wanting to be the center of attention. Meanwhile, in the game, Yeon-Soo, wearing a cloak, enters the training center. The training center instructor points out that Hyun-Soo is only level 1 and has no chance. Instructor Repson says he doesn't want to waste his time on him and suggests catching a couple of rabbits. Hyun-Soo is surprised why the instructor doesn't see his stats and promises not to take up too much of his time. The irritated instructor suggests that Hyun-Soo take one of the swords and approach him. Hyun-Soo asks if he can use his sword, which he draws from its sheath. It turns out he spent a whole month in the beginner's zone, so his base stats are incredibly high. He also has the only epic sword that can be looted in the zone, but it's still level 1 and has no class. The man in the office thinks he has managed many masters over the years, but what is happening now is absurd. He is unsure whether they should interfere or trust the super AI called Ares. A video call appears on his computer screen asking him if he is also worried. The man in glasses is sure that Hyun-Soo has no idea that an offer from the legendary class awaits him. Instructor Repson thinks with disdain that this boy with a blacksmith's blade imagines himself to be someone special. He considers Hyun-Soo a pathetic fool for choosing the worthless profession of a blacksmith. Repson warns that this place is teeming with monsters on 3 sides. He adds with a grin that one good swordsman is more valuable than any weapon. He doesn't understand why the blacksmith needs to undergo this test, and his sympathy for Hyun-Soo drops by 10 points. Hyun-Soo recalls that he has encountered something similar in real life, because being a blacksmith is now a useless dream. However, in the Ares game, he felt that his efforts might finally be recognized. Hyun-soo asks the instructor who was the most outstanding swordsman of all who trained here. He then states that he wants to take a test that is more difficult than the one he had. The instructor is angry because he might be rotting here as an instructor, but he had trained many disciples and would not tolerate any newcomer speaking to him so arrogantly. The system message states that instructor Repson has been provoked and agrees to give the test. Repson tells Hyun-soo to follow him. He explains that he usually teaches beginners the basics, but gives those who show potential a special test. The instructor reports that the local record is passing the 3rd stage test. A level 6 speed goblin appears and the instructor asks Hyun-soo doubtfully if he is sure. Repson warns that a reckless challenge will result in punishment, and if he fails, Hyun-soo will not be able to return for a whole week. Hyun-soo asks in surprise if the 3rd stage is the last one. He confidently states that he wants to go through all the stages until the very last one. The instructor becomes furious, believing that this boy is taking the training lightly and testing his patience. He yanks the chain with a scream, wanting to see how the newbie can handle it. The gates rise and the system announces the final 4th stage of the test. The monster. A level 15 mad goblin appears from behind the bars. The instructor reflects that almost no one in the world has passed the 3rd stage, let alone the 4th. He comes to the conclusion that no one has yet passed the 4th stage. Hyun-soo immediately enters the fray, deftly dodging and parrying the goblin's attacks. His daytime active skill activates, increasing his physical defense by 100% for 1 second. He defeats the swift goblin and confidently declares that no weapon can surpass his sword. Suddenly, a mad goblin strikes him from behind. The gray-haired man muses that the critical hit was instantaneous, and that is why fast goblins are called a beginner's nightmare. He screams in horror, realizing that without the right skill, even a good weapon is ultimately useless. The protagonist, having received damage, notes that the wound burns more than he expected, but he survived the critical hit, retaining 82% health. He understands that forging the weapon has increased its characteristics, such as strength and survivability, but it still lacks dexterity. The gray-haired man shouts that this is not the end, and the real danger is just beginning. Suddenly, a mad goblin appears and attacks the hero with thorns of madness. The attack inflicts status anomalies on the hero, causing dizziness and decreased vision. The observer is impressed by the boy, but is sure that this is his limit. Goblins rush at the hero from all sides, and he thinks that this is where it all ends. He orders himself to concentrate, to trust in the weapon he has created, and to simply do the best he can. Activates the epic rank passive skill, Swift Blade's Wrathful Light, increasing attack speed by 17 times for 1 second. The onlookers, including the gray-haired man, stare open-mouthed in shock at what is happening. The hero stands among the defeated enemies, and the system reports victory over the mad and fast goblins. The gray-haired man laughs with delight, shouting that this boy has done what no one else has ever managed. He approaches the hero and says that although his blows looked crude, each swing revealed the true power of the blade. The hero replies that he simply understood that a blacksmith must be able to wield the weapon he creates, and nothing more. The man notices the muscles and scars on the hero's arms and says that now everything is clear to him. He realizes that this is a real blacksmith in front of him, apologizes for his previous rudeness, and his sympathy reaches its maximum. He asks to listen to his proposal, as he sincerely respects the guy's talent. The man asks if the hero ever considered becoming a mad lord, and a quest window for changing the legendary class appears. The other two players are in shock. They can't believe their eyes and scream that something impossible is happening. They discuss how the offer to change his class to Mad Lord, which is above the epic Mad Knight, makes him a special player. One of the observers with long hair smiles contentedly and says that this is very good. However, he adds grimly that accepting the class change quest means cutting off his way back. An image of a knight in shining armor appears, and a voice asks if he will become the guardian of this world, commanding hundreds of mad knights. The man convinces the hero that with his talent he could become a king among knights. But the hero politely refuses, explaining that he is a blacksmith, not a knight. The gray-haired man pauses for a moment, then bursts into happy laughter, calling the guy magnificent. The hero recalls that he thought he would never pick up a hammer again. But here, in this game, looking at the majestic castle, he felt that his life as a blacksmith was beginning anew. The man gives him a letter of recommendation for a hidden quest to meet the Lord and sends him to the castle. As a reward for the challenge, he also gives the armor once worn by the Mad Lord, though it is broken. He emotionally encourages the hero, believing that he will succeed, and he promises to give it his all. Meanwhile, in another location, two people in white coats are watching the events, noting that user Hyun-soo has outdone himself. The hero reflects on the pinnacle of blacksmithing and his path to becoming a blacksmith god. System messages announce that the training grounds have been cleared, the main mission has been completed, and the training is finally over. Before logging out, the hero thinks he needs to do something, and a large scar is visible on his real face. He remembers that he still needs to pay for gas, and realizes that he has plenty of things to do in real life too. He looks at his phone, where the account balance is 0, and thinks about paying for his father's hospital bills and calculating living expenses. Someone asks if he completed the training grounds, but he dejectedly replies that he simply took the assignment and came to the village. The voice on the phone informs him that the auction is now available to him and suggests that he go there immediately, to which the guy asks in surprise. The interlocutor explains that equipment and items for the game are created and sold at auction for gold. He adds that 10 gold pieces are equal to 10,000 won, and many people make business out of it, which is why he dragged his friend into the Ares game. The man talking on the phone says that while he was playing, he realized that he had never seen anything cooler in his life than the swords he made with his uncle. He's confident that with a VIP capsule and almost 100% synchronization, things will be even better, and encourages his friend to become the greatest blacksmith. In reality, the protagonist eats and decides that he needs to focus on crafting and quests to earn gold. He thinks it's nothing compared to real forging, but the game still takes a lot of effort. As he runs down the street, he mentally asks his father to wait a little longer. He looks forward with determination and vows that he will definitely help his father get back on his feet. Returning to the game, he sees system windows in front of him, offering to enter the world of Ares, the village territory, or gain access to the auction. The character decides to create his own establishment and calls it Hyun's Forge. His avatar quickly moves to a new location he created. He finds himself on an island floating in the clouds with enormous scales, and the system confirms the creation of the Hyun's Forge shop. The new notice states that from now on he can use the auction anytime and anywhere. He wonders what to put out first and remembers the only prototype he forged in the forge, besides Kwangmyong. After studying the characteristics of the rare first sword of Hyun, he estimates that the average price for such swords is around 100 gold. He remembers Chi-hong's advice not to set the price too low and decides to list the sword for 100 gold pieces. Having put the lot up for sale, he decides that while he waits, he will find out more about the village. Meanwhile, other players at the auction notice the sword and wonder why its price is rising, given that it was created by a player without a class. The deputy head of the Golden Shield Guild, Blam, sees this lot and is amazed. Blam explains that the sword's creator is a level 1 and has no class, but everyone is shocked because he made the best sword from the simplest materials. Moreover, according to rumors, this sword can also be improved, although the worse the material, the lower the chance of success. The vice leader of the guild suggests that the creator is very smart, since he was able to bring an item to level 10 with such a final investment. Bloom adds that the creator even gave the sword a name, the First Sword, and this is the first collectible from him. He argues that with such skill at the first levels, it is very valuable, and the guild will gain prestige if they are the first to buy his work. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels uneasy and begins to doubt whether anyone will buy his sword. Suddenly, a system notification appears that the item he listed, Hyun's First Sword, has been sold. He opens his adventurer's journal in disbelief, not believing that the sword has already been sold. He remembers that he put it up for 100 gold pieces, and is surprised to see that it was bought for 100,086 gold pieces. The hero is shocked to realize that it is 1 million won. He thinks this is madness and looks up information about the buyer, who turns out to be Blam from the Golden Shield Guild. He receives a message from Blam, who congratulates him on the sale and offers him an exclusive contract or guild membership. Intrigued, he searches for information about the Golden Shield Guild and sees that it has 780,000 subscribers. He recalls Chi-hoon's words that gaining subscribers is much more difficult than raising your level. After all, the more subscribers you have, the more people follow you, and attention leads directly to profit. He checks his Hyun Forge and sees only 82 subscribers, but decides to open the message box anyway. His character is literally overwhelmed by a stream of letters and proposals. He understands that the Ares game awaits blacksmiths who disappear from the real world. His craft shines brightest when backed by hard data and numbers. He decides that now is not the time to join the guild, since he has not yet demonstrated half of his skills, and heads to the Lord's castle. The protagonist is confident that his true value will only be revealed now. The Lord doubts whether this is possible, but his assistant confidently confirms that it is impossible. The assistant explains that restoration is risky, so they need the best craftsman on the continent. This master is in the capital, but he refuses to meet with anyone and cannot be lured to the lands of Barden. The Lord sighs, realizing that he cannot abandon his lands and go himself. He looks at the broken bow, the only relic left from his father, and realizes he has no choice. The assistant, whose name is Bell, turns out to be a level 100 rogue disguised as a blacksmith, and he spent a week ingratiating himself with Lord Vance. Lord Vance says the price for the restoration will be 300 gold pieces. Bell offers to take the bow to the capital, but suddenly someone announces that he has already restored it. The main character says with a smile that the bow can be restored right here. Bell is furious because this guy who suddenly appeared is ruining everything for him. The surprised lord calls the guards and asks who this man is. The guard reports that this is the one who came with a letter of recommendation from instructor Relson. The lord clarifies whether he is talking about Relson from the training camp for novice hunters. As Lord Barden, he inquires about the stranger's skills and experience, and a system window confirms the request for information. The guy introduces himself as Hyun Soo, stating that he is a level 1 and has no class. Bell is furious that someone of the first level dares to speak insolently to the Lord. He shouts that restoration is only available to blacksmiths above level 80, and Hyun Soo doesn't even have a class. Bell yells that it's an epic recurve bow and demands that Hyun Soo get lost because it took him a whole week to do it. Hyun Soo calmly corrects him, saying that it is not a recurve bow. He specifies that this is a Gagan bow, a traditional Korean composite bow. Hyun Soo approaches the table and says that he heard from the guard about the Lord's desire to restore his late father's bow, which was given to him by a foreigner. The Lord replies that he is usually generous to foreigners, but is tired of false tales about family heirlooms. He sternly warns Hyun Soo to only speak about things he can vouch for. Hyun Soo asks permission to clarify something, noting that although the bow was given to him by a foreigner, there is one detail. He recalls seeing a painting of water buffalo-like animals on his way to the hall and being struck by the curve of the bow. Inspecting the bowstring, he notices that whalebone is used instead of bull sinew and wonders how to explain this. The Lord admits that Hyun Soo is right, saying that the stranger was his father's friend, a blacksmith. He says that the painting depicts monsters from the Barda swamps, and their horns and whale sinews are a great rarity from which the bow was made. Hyun Soo calls the bow the best of everything made in Barden because he noticed something that even a level 100 blacksmith did not notice. The Lord admits that he could not allow his father's relic to decay and was looking for a way to preserve it. The Lord asks Hyun Soo to restore the relic, and he receives a related A-rank quest with a reward of 50 gold. The Lord then turns to Bell and says that he can go and will be called when he is needed. Bell bows obediently and replies that he understands. As Bell leaves, he is angry and doesn't understand what's wrong with this guy. He swears that he will make Hyun Soo answer for this sooner or later. Left alone, the Lord asks Hyun Soo what is needed to restore the bow. Hyun Soo lists the materials needed, including water buffalo horn, whalebone, oak, mulberry, and bamboo. The system window informs that he has named all the materials from which the bow is made. He gains a Gaegun restoration method that requires level 60 and has a failure rate below 70%. In a touching flashback, little Hyun Soo calls out to his father, showing him how he bends a bow. The father strokes his son's head tenderly, noting his calloused hands and love of making bows. The boy happily replies that he simply enjoys doing this with his dad and promises to work hard. His father, smiling, advises him to get used to the material and feel it with his hands. The memory ends, and a grown-up Hyun Soo thanks his father with tears in his eyes, reflecting on the intersection of their destinies. Surrounded by materials, he decides to do everything exactly as his father taught him. A lord enters the forge and offers his help with the work. Hyun Soo and the lord work together on the bow, diligently processing the wood. The lord complains of fatigue after a whole day of work, saying that the strength in his arms is running out. However, Hyun Soo, on the contrary, feels a surge of strength because the sight of the happy lord inspires him. A week later, the exhausted lord asks to be released, but Hyun Soo insists that he needs help with the frame. Hyun Soo guesses that the lord comes every day because he wants to restore his father's relic with his own hands. The Lord confirms his words, saying that this bow is the only thing that keeps the memory of his father. He then asks Hyun-soo why he seems to be enjoying working on the bow so much. Hyun-soo replies with a warm smile that he also has many good memories associated with this bow. The Lord sympathetically helps him up, agreeing that thinking about the past takes time and effort. Finally, the bow is ready, it glows with energy, and the system window shows its epic rank and high stats. The Lord stands before the statue of his father and says that a mysterious stranger gave him this bow. Hyun-soo invites the Lord to try out the bow to see if it feels the same as in the memories. The Lord draws his bowstring, a powerful aura enveloping him as he takes aim. He releases the arrow, and after the shot, he states that the bow is not the same as it was. The Lord laughs enthusiastically, saying that the bow has become much better, and the system announces the phenomenal success of the task. He thanks Hyun-soo, saying that he can now perform his duty with a clear conscience. Considering the promised reward too small, the Lord decides to give something in addition to 2,000 gold. He gives Hyun-soo the right to use the forge for free, which, together with 2,000 gold pieces, shocks the young man. Hyun-soo clenches his fist, calculating that 2 million won will more than cover all expenses until the next outing. Suddenly, the Lord takes out his sword and asks Hyun-soo if he has ever thought about learning swordsmanship. He says that before he became Lord Barden, he was a swordsman who mastered the highest art of swordsmanship. In a short flashback, he is shown in battle, where his secret art of the Prime Kingdom pacifies monsters and brings peace to the lands. The Lord says that although Hyun-soo is a natural-born blacksmith, he saw something more in him. Having seen it in person and remembering the recommendation of instructor Relson, he was finally convinced of his decision. He praises Hyun-soo's physical fitness, reflexes, and deep knowledge of weapons, offering to share his essence as a swordsman. The Lord warns that time is short, and if Hyun-soo works as hard as he does in the workshop, it will be enough. Hyun-soo realizes that he has received an unexpected gift, and so a tense month flies by. During this time, he manages to create his own bow, Gagan, and restore the Mad Lord's armor. He also trains diligently in fencing every day, sparring with the Lord. The training ends, as the system window announces, while Hyun-soo and the Lord exchange their final blows. Fully prepared and wearing his new armor, Hyun-soo is about to leave, and the Lord asks about his future plans. Hyun-soo replies with confidence in his eyes that now it's time for him to get a real profession. The Lord says goodbye and tells him that he can always come back for help, after which Hyun-soo leaves to pack his things. Hyun-soo reflects on the new equipment he has forged and restored during this time. To cover his living expenses, he made several rare-grade bows and put them up for auction. Meanwhile, some are surprised that even the #1 player in Korea didn't create such a bow at level 10, unlike Hyun. He remembers the words of Smith, the best blacksmith in the world, that Ares rules everything in this game. If Ares is touched by the player's actions, he will grant them a suitable profession, skill, or title. This man comes to the conclusion that the Forge Master Hyuna is already capable of creating artifacts of this level. He compares the unknown master to Smith, a legendary class title holder. Hyun-soo is surprised to see that the final price at the auction was 2,050 gold pieces. He notices that he already has 3,200 subscribers, and invitations to guilds and work orders are pouring in non-stop. He slammed the book shut and decided to move forward. He heads to the holy land of blacksmiths, to the blacksmith's tower. In front of him rises the majestic blacksmith's tower, reaching high into the sky. Having finally reached his destination, he admires the fact that the tower looks even more majestic in real life. Approaching the entrance, he sees a door sealed with chains and wonders how to get inside. A system message appears stating that to enter, you need to break the seal with a sword from the magic forge. He touches the seal and realizes that it looks like stone, perhaps basalt. He turns to another door, guessing that this is the magic forge. Upon entering, he receives a notification that he can practice blacksmithing here for the test. The system reports that materials and tools are infinite and production time is reduced. He realizes that the test is to break the stone seal, meaning that only his blacksmithing skills are being tested. He needs a sword that can cut stone, and he resolutely takes up the hammer. Meanwhile, in another place, a sullen blacksmith sits and mutters that all newbies are useless idiots. He remembers that everyone is only interested in earning gold and how to get it as quickly as possible. He complains that everyone only thinks about how to churn out junk using skills, and no one cares about the real craft. The owner of the blacksmith's tower, Dung, bitterly concludes that the blacksmith's way is dead. Dung thinks that if a person only wants the title of blacksmith, then he can get it however he wants. If someone just wants to cobble together a sword, that's exactly what they'll get, and Dung's role will be over. He is confident that no one will ever cut the sealing stone, and at best will only scratch it. Suddenly, Dung feels something incredible while Hyun-soo announces that he will forge a Damascus blade. The system warns that Damascus steel can only be forged by masters, and recommends starting with a simple dagger. But Hyun-soo is confident that with an unlimited supply of materials and knowledge of the method, it is at least possible to try. He recalls the words of his mentor, who promised to pass on to him a special forging method capable of cutting even stone. He inspects the perfect smelters, the unlimited supply of ore, and everything needed to forge Damascus. Excited by the opportunities presented, Hyun-soo thinks this game is simply crazy. A dozing Dung is suddenly awakened by a loud bang, causing him to open his eyes sharply. He feels a strong shaking and wonders what it is. The entire tower begins to tremble from an unknown force. Dung rises to his feet in confusion and tries to understand what is going on. Hyun-soo emerges from the light-filled passage, and Dung realizes that someone has cut the sealing stone. Deng falls to his knees and says with trepidation that the god of blacksmiths has finally appeared. Hyun-soo asks if he passed the test, but Dung replies that because the stone was destroyed, they were unable to measure anything. Suddenly, a huge golden magic circle flares up beneath their feet. Hyun-soo is surprised to realize that this is not just a magic circle, but a summoning circle. Deng hands him his hammer and tells him to hold it. A system window appears informing Hyun-soo that he has received Dung's hammer. Following this, the SS-ranked mission begins, and Dung explains that this is the real test. A bright light from the summoning circle envelops Hyun-soo, beginning his teleportation. Waking up in a different place, Hyun-soo looks around in confusion and realizes that this is a recheck. A terrifying picture appears before his eyes, a horde of furious orcs rushing to attack. The system window announces a rank SS quest to defeat the orc army, and Hyun-soo panics and shouts that this is not a quest for a blacksmith. He stands on the fortress wall, looking at the advancing enemies, and the system updates the task of pacifying the invading orcs. One of the warriors shouts that these are reinforcements from the master blacksmith, and Hyun-soo is surprised to realize that they are talking about him. The condition for completing the task is that 70% of the contribution must be made by 50 valiant warriors. The squad leader approaches him, introduces himself as Hans, and thanks him for coming. Hans explains that the orcs are attacking with increasing ferocity and asks Hyun-soo to quickly repair their damaged equipment. Hyun-soo tries to explain that there was a misunderstanding because he hasn't received the blacksmith class yet. Hans points to the hammer in his hands, and Hyun-soo awkwardly explains that he received it during the test and was sent here. The commander concludes that Hyun-soo has no combat experience, and he confirms that he is a complete newbie in combat. Hans is disappointed to think that instead of help, they were sent a newbie who he will have to keep an eye on in the midst of a ferocious attack. He says the situation is dire and advises Hyun-soo to hide in a safe place in the watchtower. Hyun-soo decisively takes out his sword, declaring that even though he is a newbie, he can join the battle, because this is a recheck. Watching the warriors fight, he wonders if everything will be all right if he fights like he did with the goblins. Hans orders him to follow Ben's squad, who will explain everything. A warrior named Ben hopefully asks Hyun-soo to take care of them. Hyun-soo decisively shouts that he is taking command and rushes into the thick of the battle. He immediately feels that the pressure from the orcs is much stronger than from the goblins, and understands what a real battle looks like. Despite the orcs swinging at him, Hyun-soo is confident that he won't lose. He deftly dodges the blow of the axe and delivers his own blow with the sword. Having defeated the orc and gained experience, he thinks with satisfaction that the month of training was not in vain. Ben, fighting nearby, shouts in amazement that Hyun-soo, despite having no class, is simply amazing. Suddenly, Hyun-soo notices that Ben is in danger, surrounded by several orcs. He instantly changes his weapon to a Korean bow and draws the bowstring. His arrow accurately hits one of the orcs who attacked Ben. While another orc swings at the stunned Ben, Hyun-soo is already aiming at him. The second arrow pierces the orc's head, sending him flying. Hyun-soo levels up again as he continues to shoot enemies. Ben exclaims in shock that Hyun-soo knocked down a huge orc with one arrow and cannot believe what he saw. Hans yells at Ben to pull himself together and warns him that the orcs are now targeting Hyun-soo. Ben is horrified to realize that Hyun-soo got into trouble because he was saving him. The orcs rush furiously towards Hyun-soo, who prepares to meet their attack. Hyun-soo activates his weapon swap skill, Daylight, and utters the word Fury. He bursts into the crowd of orcs, cutting them down with his sword in a whirlwind of purple energy. The system reports that Fury will indiscriminately attack all enemies within a 10-meter radius. After a devastating attack, Hyun-soo receives 2 level-up notifications. The soldier laughs joyfully, realizing that the old master sent Hyun-soo to them for a reason. He clenches his fist confidently, because now they will be able to do what they could not do before. Captain Hans encourages the soldiers, shouting that today, together with Hyun-soo, they will crush the orc army. The system notifies that Hyun-soo's actions have raised the squad's morale and he feels like a part of it. Hyun-soo continues to fight, but notices that his contribution is not growing as quickly as he thought. The system explains that he pacifies the orcs faster than anyone else, and suddenly a hidden quest appears. A new episode begins, and a huge level 51 orc warrior appears in front of the squad. Captain Hans, in a panic, shouts to his men to stop immediately. He recognizes with horror their sworn enemy, whom they were never able to defeat. One of the soldiers shouts to the captain that they are surrounded by orcs. Hans realizes that this is his mistake because they got too carried away by the battle and went too far. Despite the danger, the soldiers are determined and ready to finally finish off their enemies. Captain Hans, clenching his teeth in rage, gives the order to attack. Hyun-soo sees that the soldiers have lost their heads and rushed into battle. He decides to cover them with a bow and hits an orc warrior right in the helmet with an arrow. Hyun-soo is shocked to realize that his arrows are not penetrating the enemy's armor. He thinks about the properties of his bow, but sees how the orc easily kills one of the soldiers. An orc warrior's skin is as tough as armor, and a bow alone won't cut it. Captain Hans despairs that they will have to retreat again. He shouts that they can't retreat any longer and rushes towards the huge orc himself. The orc warrior knocks the captain back with one blow, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Hyun-soo screams Captain Hans's name in horror. He understands that if things go on like this, they will all be killed. Hyun-soo shouts loudly to the soldiers that they need to immediately regroup and go into deep defense. He orders them to quickly retreat into the forest, promising to catch up with them soon. One of the soldiers urges the others to listen to Hyun-soo and carry the wounded captain to safety. Hyun-soo commands to retreat into the forest and maintain a defensive formation. The soldier warns him that they will also slow down in the forest, and this will only give them a short respite. Hyun-soo asks them to hold out for just 5 minutes. The soldier resolutely replies that they will hold out no matter what the cost. Hyun-soo muses that even though arrows can't penetrate armor, he has another plan. He takes out the epic Hyun-deng's hammer with special characteristics. Meanwhile, the soldiers continue to desperately hold back the onslaught of the orcs. One of the warriors, breathing heavily, leans on his sword and says that they must hold out. He keeps telling himself that it's only 5 minutes before the orcs are bearing down on them. With fury on his face, he shouts that they will not retreat. They will never retreat. A massive orc warrior brings his weapon down on a soldier in blue armor. The orc continues his circular attack, and the soldier dodges the blade. The orc's blow hits someone else, spraying blood everywhere. The stunned soldier, covered in blood, asks in confusion what is happening. An archer emerges from the forest shadows, aiming a bow with a glowing arrow. The orc in the red helmet lets out a loud cry of pain. An arrow pierces the head of another orc, who falls with a long roar. A system window appears with a description of the rare archer weapon, Hyun Pyeongjong. The text explains that his equipment consists of a tonga made of split bamboo and aegis arrows sharpened with a dung hammer. By combining them with the gakken bow, it activates a set bonus that increases attack power and penetration. The commander orders the soldiers to fight back and give Mr. Hyun-soo an opportunity to attack. Hyun-soo thinks that the penetrating power of the Pyeongjong is comparable to that of a matchlock. System messages announce the victory over the orc warrior and a multiple level increase. He gains the title Orc Slayer, increasing his damage against them by 15% and instilling fear in them. The orc warriors scatter in terror, and someone shouts to catch them. Hyun-soo smiles ominously, his eyes glowing red, preparing for the next shot. ACC ranked mission appears to subdue the invading orc army, which has already been completed. His final contribution was 92%, and he completed the task with a phenomenal result. The surviving soldiers look at Hyun-soo standing on the hill with admiration and shout his name. The punitive squad is delighted with their success and receives a hidden item that increases their charisma by 10. Hyun-soo turns around and is surprised to see Captain Hans being supported by his comrades. Captain Hans says that for a long time they could only defend themselves and did not hope to live to see the day of victory over the orcs. With tears in his eyes, Captain Hans shouts a huge thank you to Hyun-soo. All the soldiers salute Hyun-soo by pressing their fists to their chest. Hyun-soo returns the greeting and says that he thanks them too. He says thoughtfully that now he needs to return to the blacksmith's tower. The majestic central tower and the blacksmith's hall are shown. The man in the purple cloak bitterly states that the blacksmith's tower has fallen into disrepair. He says that all the glory goes to the knights, and only those blinded by the thirst for gold come to them. Another older master adds that they need someone in whom the true soul of a blacksmith lives. The first master points to a shining magical sword, saying that someone worthy is needed to take it. He tells of an ancient prophecy from the blacksmith god about a successor who will restore them to their former prosperity. The master with the gray streak smirks, saying that only one great dung was worthy of passing the sword test. He asks doubtfully whether the chosen one is simply a deception. This master, Coulson, the master of the bow tower, angrily asks why they are giving the right to the test to some foreigner. Deng calmly tells Coulson that it is an earned right given to someone who has passed their test. He continues that Hyun-soo, without even changing his class, led the soldiers and destroyed the orc warriors, demonstrating the skill of a blacksmith. The other two hooded masters are shocked to hear that he did this without even having a class. Another master explains that the test is based on a prophecy that the successor of the blacksmith god will be the strongest of all. The guard informs Mr. Dung that Mr. Hyun-soo has arrived in the hall. Mr. Dung orders Hyun-soo to be brought in, while a magical sword shines in the center of the hall. Hyun-soo confidently walks into the brightly lit hall, where he is greeted as a stranger. Mr. Dung informs Hyun-soo that he has passed the test and earned the right to enter the blacksmith's sanctuary. Moreover, he gains the right to challenge the sword of prophecy left by the godsmith himself. Dung explains that everything will be decided at the moment of touch of the sword, after which Hyun-soo will receive a worthy reward. Hyun-soo ponders a worthy reward, remembering the S-rank quest he completed and hoping for the legendary class. Suddenly, another master appears and praises Hyun-soo for his impressive resourcefulness at a critical moment. However, he notes with a grin that the arrow created by Hyun-soo was only a semblance of a Solinarian. The master claims that Hyun-soo was simply lucky and that without his epic bow, he would not have passed the test. He smiles maliciously and orders Hyun-soo to draw his sword to see if luck will smile on him again. Hyun-soo realizes that before him stand the masters of the blacksmith tower, each of whom is a living legend of Ares. They are all elite named NPCs. Each of them has titles and levels that inspire awe. For example, Coulson, the master of the bow tower, is level 365. Hyun-soo is impressed, but confident and doesn't think his own skills are inferior in any way. He wonders what would have happened if they had competed on their own, without titles. Hyun-soo touches the sword, which flashes with a bright light, shocking the masters. A powerful stream of energy envelops him, and he asks in surprise what is happening. The sword disappears from his hands, and while Hyun-soo is perplexed, Mr. Dung grins ominously, having foreseen this. Deng laughs loudly and exclaims that this is exactly how the prophecy was supposed to come true. He explains that they were only following rituals, as the true successor would not even have to touch the sword. Hyun-soo is enveloped in golden light, and the system congratulates him on achieving Ares' first god class. He can't believe what's happening, considering himself just a newbie in this business. The system announces that he has obtained the Godsmith class, and Hyun-soo looks forward in shock. Hyun-soo is surprised that he is the first in the history of Ares and receives the unique title of SSS Godsmith rank. The system explains that now, when creating artifacts, he is not limited by the level of materials, and his mastery will grow. He is informed that as a blacksmith he will become stronger than everyone else, and the class quest will begin at level 100. One of the masters admits that the sword chose a foreigner, which means that he is the successor of the blacksmith god. Coulson's face contorts with rage and he screams that he can't accept this. He states that the tower masters were waiting for a great successor, and it cannot be said that the choice of the sword is the will of God. Mr. Dung yells at Coulson, reminding him that the prophecy is immutable. Coulson counters that the successor must be recognized by all tower masters, as this is also part of the prophecy. So he, Coulson, as the master of the bow tower, makes a decision. He points at Hyun-soo and challenges him to a blacksmith's duel. Coulson sets the condition that he will recognize Hyun-soo as his successor only after winning the duel. But if he wins, Hyun-soo will have to give up the title granted by the Sword of Prophecy. Mr. Dung is furious and shouts that Coulson has gone crazy and orders him to be captured immediately. Another master offers Hyun-soo to escape, promising to make him his deputy after completing the training. Hyun-soo accepts the challenge with determination, and the system displays his new status and secret skill. His hands begin to glow as the blacksmiths speak through their craft, and now he can use divine craft. The blacksmith duel begins, and the system creates an S-rank quest to defeat Coulson. Coulson grins and says that their duels are different from knights. He explains the rule that they must fight with swords of their own making, and the one whose sword breaks first will lose. Coulson points to the prepared forge and gives Hyun-soo 1 day to create a sword. He hesitantly challenges the blacksmith god, setting a meeting for tomorrow. The elderly master worriedly tells Hyun-soo that he agreed to the duel too hastily. He warns that Coulson is a highly skilled craftsman, and even with his divine power, Hyun-soo lacks experience. Hyun-soo agrees, admitting that without his new profession, this battle would have been impossible for him. The narrative explains that in the arena world, skills and equipment are determined by the level, titles, and unique abilities of the masters. However, after becoming a god, Hyun-soo erased these differences in levels and titles. He realizes that now the only real difference is pure skill. All of this was made possible by his new divine rank skill called Divine Creation. Hyun-soo enthusiastically begins forging his sword in the provided forge. At this time, Coulson remembers that he too was once a gunsmith and forged swords. He was the legitimate heir to his father's craft, continuing the family tradition of forging. But one day a blacksmith appeared who turned out to be much more skilled than him. Because of this, Coulson had to give up his calling and become a master of the bow tower. He was bitter, but he resigned himself and decided to serve the great Dung. But Dung brought in a stranger and put him above Coulson, which made him furious. He screams that he will not tolerate such humiliation and furiously hits the anvil with his hammer. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo finishes his work and looks at his shining sword with satisfaction. The elderly master watches him, contemplating the process of imbuing artifacts with abilities. He knows that this process follows the basic law of equivalent exchange. Hyun-soo decides to focus on the weapon's durability and destruction properties to gain an advantage. Another master understands that to obtain the desired ability, an item of the highest rank must be forged. However, he sees that the strength and properties of Hyun-soo's sword are only of a rare rank. The master is perplexed as he tries to understand the true intentions and abilities of the blacksmith god. The next day, Coulson greets Hyun-soo sarcastically, suggesting that he had forged something overnight after all. Hyun-soo calmly responds, offering to check whether Coulson's creation is worthy of the heir of the gods. Coulson proudly presents his sword, surrounded by a purple aura. The audience is amazed by the skill of Coulson, who managed to forge such a unique sword in just 1 night. He calls his sword a masterpiece of family techniques and demands that Hyun-soo show him his weapon. Hyun-soo shows his sword, and the system window informs him that it is only rare rank. The audience finds this ridiculous, and Coulson is furious. He prepares to attack, believing that Dung made a grave mistake by choosing Hyun-soo. Coulson rushes forward, annoyed at having to waste time on a boy with a pathetic toy. He swings for the finishing blow, shouting that this is where it will all end. Hyun-soo calmly and confidently raises his sword to parry the blow. His sword flashes with a turquoise light, and he says that a weapon is determined not only by rank, but also by a special skill. Coulson remembers his father's words about how one day a blacksmith god would come and change the world. His father said that everyone would have a chance to meet him, and little Coulson dreamed of becoming a great blacksmith too. The Tower Master declares that simply breaking the sword is not enough, so he will forge a sword that cuts swords. At the forge, the Master says that it is never easy, and that creating an artifact of the required level always comes down to one thing. It all comes down to the blacksmith's skill, and Hyun-soo smiles confidently, realizing this. The Tower Master recalls that Hyun-soo has all the knowledge and skills to bring this idea to life. Looking at Hyun-soo, Coulson wonders if he could forge a sword like that himself. Coulson, looking shocked, realizes that the word impossible does not exist. Coulson, the master of the bow tower, kneels, acknowledging Hyun-soo as the god of blacksmiths, and the duel of blacksmith's quest is completed. 2 tower masters approach Mr. Hyun-soo and ask him to accept their gift. As a reward, they present him with a chest containing 500 gold coins. Hyun-soo looks at the gold with delight, asking in surprise if it is a reward for the quest. He is given a scroll with a drawing of the legendary bow, one of the 10 treasures of the blacksmith's tower. Coulson says he was unable to create this bow himself, and his purpose is to pass on the design to someone who will become great. The second master adds that with the appearance of the god of blacksmiths, they too will be able to start everything from scratch. That's why they ask Mr. Hyun-soo to ascend to the pinnacle of power. Hyun-soo says goodbye, and the system announces the beginning of the god's ascension. In the real world, his friend is delightedly drinking beer at Hyun-soo's expense, not believing that he has changed his class to divine. A friend says he recommended the game Aries so that Hyun-soo's talent wouldn't go to waste, but he didn't expect such success. Hyun-soo is interested in the differences of the divine class, but his friend doubts that they will appear right away. Hyun-soo's face darkens as he remembers that he has to pay his father's hospital bills, which amount to 10 million won tomorrow. The friend adds that his father's new medication is not covered by insurance and will cost at least 20 million won. He also reminds that Hyun-soo himself also needs to treat his burns. A friend explains that you can't make money with just one class, since there is a limit to the number of artifacts you can create. In general, he needs to level up and earn fame, because the ascent of a god is just beginning. He advises establishing connections with the most famous person in Aries to receive the best rewards and create cool artifacts. A friend has an idea and asks Hyun-soo to wait a bit. He grins maliciously and promises that his brother will get the best achievements and drag him along with him. Meanwhile, the gaming community is buzzing about the 21st ranked Lord finally receiving a legendary class. But even more shocking news was that he defeated the Sword King Barad. The players don't believe his attack worked and are puzzled as to how he did it. Everyone is tormented by one question: how did he manage to do it? Hyun-soo is at the hospital looking at her phone, realizing that she needs to pay her overdue bills today. He understands that this is impossible even with the money from the game, but he cannot allow his father's treatment to stop. In a hurry, he runs to the reception desk at the hospital. He shouts that he wants to pay all the hospital bills that were due today. He firmly decides that he will never give up playing Aries. The message from the Lord said that thanks to Hyun-soo's sword, he passed the test, and that the 50 million won for it was a mere trifle. The sword was able to cut through the king's blade and pierce his defense, which surprised even Barad himself. A new message states that the king of the Goyard kingdom, the Sword King Barad, is waiting for Mr. Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo is surprised to read that the Sword King Barad wants him to forge a sword for him and asks for a meeting. He is relieved to know that he will now be able to pay for his father's hospital bills and the new medication. Hyun-soo decides that he must meet Barad, but his thoughts are interrupted. At the same time, an elderly man named Dung looks at his forge with a sigh. He thinks about Hyun-soo, reminding himself that there is only 1 month left until their agreement ends. Hyun-soo is horrified to learn on the phone that he cannot meet with King Barad. The interlocutor scolds him, saying that a 10th level newcomer cannot ask for a meeting with the king. They explain to him that to meet Barad he needs at least level 200 and high fame. However, the interlocutor suggests that there is still a way, and this is the Goyard Martial Arts Tournament. This is an annual event in the Goyard Kingdom with a level limit of 50 to 60. King Barad is always on the lookout for talent, so he holds this tournament for foreigners every year. The tournament will begin soon, and the winner will receive the reward personally from the hands of the king himself. After receiving advice, Hyun-soo, wearing his game armor, sets off for the lands of Castle. They explain to him that these are borderlands where the undead are raging, and his abilities as a blacksmith will come in handy. The lands of Castle become a war zone where they constantly repel monster invasions. Hyun-soo understands that this is the best place to level up quickly, just like Dung said. He is determined and tells himself that he must overcome this challenge. Arriving at the massive fortress, he prepares for whatever quest awaits him. The system notifies him that he has successfully entered the territory of Castle's lands. He is greeted warmly by level 76 Centurion Render, who says they need every fighter they can get. Hyun-soo asks about the reason for the growing threat, and Render begins his story. He says that in the past, the sacred bell of Ramas rang on the lands of Castle. When the bell rang, the advancing undead became weaker and easier to deal with. Until recently, the ringing of this bell scared away even the most distant monsters. But recently, the sacred artifact shattered into many pieces. They were caught off guard, and the enemy, sensing the weakening of their defenses, began to move closer. Hyun-soo asks in surprise why the bell can't just be repaired. Render is shocked, and Hyun-soo confirms that he was sent by Dung, the head of the blacksmith tower. Castle's night, Captain Card appears and asks incredulously if it was really Great Dung who sent him. Hyun-soo confirms this and says that he came to inspect the damaged bell. Captain Card notes skeptically that Dung himself has already declared the bell beyond repair. He explains that all the masters have declared the shattered artifact irreparable. There is one man in Castle who is still trying in vain to find a way to fix it. This man is level 290, but even he can't do this, so Card asks about Hyun-soo's abilities. The captain asks for information, and Hyun-soo honestly answers that he is level 13, shocking Render. Card tactfully advises him, with such a low level, to find a place where he can be more useful. He says that the lands of Castle are on the brink of destruction, and the onslaught of the undead army will be the end for them. The captain declares that it is his duty to protect his master and people until the very end. Suddenly, a guard comes running, shouting that the undead are attacking the eastern wall. A huge flock of level 41st ghouls is rushing straight towards them. Captain Card sounds the alarm and orders the gates to be held at all costs. He orders Render to follow him and is about to give another order. Captain Card warns that everything they talked about must remain secret. Render thinks he can handle it if everything turns out like in the war with the orcs, and is given the task of protecting the gates from the ghouls. The soldier shouts that the undead are difficult to kill without a weapon with holy power, so they have to fight in one place. A Render from a high wall pierces the ghoul's head with a glowing arrow. He continues to shoot using the flight arrow skill. Powerful red flashes show someone chopping the ghouls into pieces. The inspired soldier calls on the ghouls to attack, promising to kill them all. Render notes with a smile that things are not going so badly and they will cope. Suddenly, a system window announces that a new story is beginning. A giant ghoul appears and a new task pops up that requires you to defeat it. One of the soldiers screams in panic that a giant ghoul has appeared and that they need to call the captain. The system window identifies the monster as a level 89 giant ghoul. The fighter explains that Captain Card is holding the gate and has no free men. He cries out in despair that if this continues, the wall will fall. Render volunteers to distract this monster. The soldier tries to stop him, shouting that it is too dangerous to be alone. Render prepares for battle, deciding that he should deal with the monster. He dodges the attack and decides to first pull the giant away from the wall. Render thinks he has managed to attract the monster's attention, but it suddenly attacks. Surprised by the ghoul's speed, Render prepares for his next move. The system announces a weapon change to the horn bow and flight arrow. He fires a glowing arrow at the monster, screaming that it is finished. To his horror, the attack did no damage at all. The system reports that his health has dropped below 10%. He screams in pain, and the system warns that if his health reaches 0, he will be forcibly kicked out of the game. Falling to his knees, he cannot believe that there is a forced exit. He understands that if he doesn't pass this episode, he won't be able to participate in the Goyard martial arts tournament. His father's hospital bills and his own treatment come flooding back to him. He remembers the blacksmith's past and understands that he cannot lose all hope again. Looking at the monster, he realizes that this game is his only chance to change reality. With complete determination, he tells himself that he cannot give up here for anything in the world. The giant ghoul lets out a deafening roar and releases a powerful wave of energy. Render takes damage, and the system reports that his health has dropped below 3%. He screams that he will never give up and prepares to face the monster's next attack. Pulling back the bowstring, he declares that this is not the end. Suddenly, he looks at his bow in horror because the string has broken. His health drops to 1, and he wonders if this is the end. As he loses consciousness, he raises his hand up, refusing to give up so easily, and the special condition is met. The system announces that when his health drops below 5%, he gains a new skill, God's Emergency Creation. He's given 20 seconds to forge a weapon that can only be used for 30 seconds, and he knows this is his chance. The system announces the start of the Emergency God Creation, and he realizes that this is his last chance to complete the episode. The countdown is on, and he hits the anvil with all his might. In the final seconds, a shining sword is born from water and light. With a desperate cry, he raises the newly created weapon above his head. He deals a crushing blow to the huge monster. A powerful attack knocks the giant monster back. He smiles happily because he managed to win, and the system confirms the killing of the demon. Falling to his knees, he thinks that the level he has achieved will be enough. Suddenly, his strength leaves him and he falls to the ground unconscious. He comes to in bed, covered in bandages, and tries to figure out how much time has passed. The soldiers around shout joyfully, greeting the awakened hero Hyun-soo. He asks confusedly what is going on, and one of the soldiers thanks him for saving him. The squad captain approaches him and asks how he managed to do such a thing. Hyun-soo awkwardly replies that he himself doesn't know how to explain it. He thinks the story about a weapon with divine power will sound unconvincing, but the captain calls him a hero of the battle. In his memories, ghouls, vulnerable to holy power, storm the tower. He recalls how he recreated the four-symbol sword from his father's stories to drive out evil spirits. He is glad that his plan worked, even though the skill was temporary, and the captain decides to reward him. The captain hands him a bag with 2,000 gold coins, and he mentally rejoices at the 2 million won. The captain says thoughtfully that he was wrong to consider him an ordinary stranger. Suddenly, the captain bows deeply and asks to accept his apology, shocking Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo thanks the captain for believing in him, and the system reports maximum connection with the sword. The captain squeezes his hand tightly and says that he wants to ask him for one favor. He begs Hyun-soo to fix Rama's bell. The captain explains that he sensed holy power in his sword and believes that it will cope with the task. Hyun-soo politely declines, saying that he needs to go to the Goyard Kingdom. Then the captain offers a legendary mineral that their lord has as a reward for the repair. Upon hearing about the legendary mineral, Hyun-soo immediately shows interest. The captain leads him into a large hall, and what he sees leaves Hyun-soo frozen in amazement. On the table lies a pile of gold shards, which, according to the captain, are Rama's bell. Hyun-soo is horrified to think that the bell is not just broken, but shattered into pieces. The captain asks with a grin if Hyun-soo really believes he can restore it. A fair-haired woman enters the room and addresses the captain. She states emphatically that it cannot be fixed. The woman approaches Hyun-soo and says that even she, at level 290, can't do this. This situation reminds him of an encounter with another woman who called him a fraud. In that memory, she, Timid Kim, announces that she is leaving the guild. The leader of the Golden Shield Guild asks her in confusion about the reason for such a sudden decision. He doesn't understand why she's giving up everything she's achieved, and she replies that she's just tired. In anger, she shouts that the problem is his decision to offer 500 million a year to some unknown player. The guild leader reminds that the blacksmith Jason sold his first sword for 500 million won. The girl in response recalls how the blacksmith they hired was only trying to make some extra money. She continues to list her failures, mentioning the bail bondsman and the lottery winner, before screaming in despair at him to shut up. Tired, she asks if he now understands how hard it was for her to clean up all this mess. The man gives in and agrees with her decision, and she promises that she has no intention of joining another guild. He shouts after her that there will always be a place for her if she decides to return. The camera shows the majestic castle. The girl stands in the middle of the ruins and firmly decides that this village should not simply disappear. In her memories, she sees how the locals treated her as a real person, not just an NPC. She thinks that if Rama's bell is fixed, then perhaps all this can be stopped. With renewed determination, she heads to the bell to examine it again. The young man aggressively asks who she is to say such a thing, to which she replies that she is a blacksmith of a higher rank. A man with an eye patch interrupts their quarrel and introduces them to each other, Bella and Hyun-soo. Belle is skeptical about how a level 38 player helped with the dead and is now going to fix the bell. The man with the bandage tells Hyun-soo that the bell cannot be repaired and asks him not to profit from Cassell's fall. But he does not listen to him. Belle is angry that Hyun-soo ignored her and walked past. She wonders doubtfully if anything could have changed. The system window confirms that Rama's bell is completely destroyed and cannot be repaired, which convinces Belle that the situation is hopeless. Suddenly, Hyun-soo swings his hammer at the bell fragment. Belle screams at him in horror, demanding that he stop. He calmly says that it is possible, and she incredulously asks him again what he said. Hyun-soo smiles and repeats that recovery is possible. She screams in rage, asking if he even understands the significance of the irreplaceable artifact. Suddenly, an alarm sounds, signaling that the undead are breaking through. Everyone is in shock, and the system message announces that this is not a task. An update notification appears stating that the castle area is turning into the lands of the undead. Belle despairs and says that this is the end, but Hyun-soo counters that if they forge the bell, they can stop it. She thinks that it is impossible to forge a bell, but he confidently replies that it is possible. Hyun-soo turns to her and asks if she wasn't the one who wanted to protect the castle territory. She agrees and asks how to do it, after which he tells her to follow him and picks up the bell fragment. Hyun-soo firmly declares that they will protect this place. The man with the armband says that he is counting on Hyun-soo to hold off the enemies, to which Hyun-soo asks him to trust him. With a sword in his hand, the man calls on everyone not to lose hope and to fight until the very end. He shouts to his men to hold out a little longer because they must protect Castle. Bell asks Hyun-soo what exactly he is going to do. He explains that the holy power did not disappear during destruction, meaning it is contained within the material itself. Hyun-soo says that he will melt down the material and forge a new, solid bell to make the holy power even more powerful. She is surprised, as she has never seen such a skill, but he replies that skill is not always necessary. He approaches the forge and says that the material must first be melted. Bell asks in amazement if he is really going to do all this by hand. Bell asks why he won't regret it, and he smiles and replies that he can't do it alone. Meanwhile, in the futuristic control center, 2 employees sit at computers. A timer appears on the screen to update the castle territory, and someone says in despair that they are finished. One of the employees reproaches a colleague for whining on the day of the update, but the colleague asks him to look at the screen. He asks in bewilderment what he is staring at and turns to the monitor himself. Seeing the blacksmith on the screen, he asks in surprise if the problem is really in him. The employee laughs, not believing that the player would be able to fix anything, but his colleague points out that this is not just a player. The renewal of the castle territory begins, and the city is attacked by hordes of undead. The knights scream desperately, ordering them to stop the undead and not let them inside. The fighters use their last strength to hold back the onslaught of the monsters, shouting battle cries. One of the monsters knocks the soldier off his feet with a powerful blow. A captain with an eye patch runs up to the fallen soldier and asks if he is okay. He encourages the soldiers to hold out a little longer while the battle continues around them. The captain gives a rousing speech about how they must defend Castle, their home. One of the warriors tensely blocks the blow of a huge sword. The huge monster raises his hands for the killing blow, and the captain thinks with horror that this is the end. Suddenly, the monster grabs its head and lets out a deafening cry of pain. All the undead around burst into holy flame and begin to writhe in agony. The captain is relieved to realize that it is the Rama bell and that it has finally been repaired. In the control center, an employee looks at the screen in shock and cannot believe his eyes, asking if this is a joke. The screen shows a blacksmith striking a bell, and someone off camera asks in surprise if he really succeeded. He yells at his colleague, pointing at the monitor and asking if this means the update has failed. His colleague rubs his forehead tiredly and explains that this guy hasn't slept since the countdown began. The story goes back 5 days, when the blacksmith immediately went to the forge in the castle area. He gathered all the workers and explained to Bell that in order to repair the bell, holy power had to be extracted from it. Bell recalls that while she was drawing up plans, he was supervising workers and supplying the battlefield. Once the blueprints were ready, a system notification appeared informing the creation of the divine item had begun. He decides to use his skill to enhance the item against the undead and add a direct damage property. The blacksmith shouts for the fire to be turned up, and everyone unites with the common goal of defending Castle. He said that the metal had to be melted properly and everyone had to work as one. He orders everyone to concentrate and not allow any impurities because they must protect their home. Thanks to their combined efforts, the metal should become filled with even greater holy power. On the 4th day, he continued to work the metal under Bell's supervision. On the 3rd day, all the workers were already asleep from fatigue, but he did not stop working. On the 2nd day, even Bell looked exhausted, and the work continued until the last day. Bell comes to, sitting on the floor, and is surprised to realize that she fell asleep from exhaustion. She sees that he is still working and is amazed that he has worked for several days without sleep. He delivers the final blow, and the system announces that his title of apprentice shines through. Bell receives a notification that she has witnessed a master blacksmith at work, and her blacksmithing skill has increased by 22%. He notices that she's awake and jokes that she slept like a log despite the noise. As Heng-soo says they're almost done, Bell timidly asks if she can ask him something. She excitedly asks if he is really the famous blacksmith Heng. In response, Heng-soo touches the bell, causing it to flash with a blinding golden light. A stunned Bell looks at the glow in awe, whispering, "Wow." She mentally admits that it is not just beautiful, but magnificent. The system announces the creation of the 2nd Bell of Han, a unique item with special abilities against the undead. Bell wonders if the bell has become stronger since being recreated, and Heng-soo smiles smugly. Suddenly, Belle grabs him by the chin and emotionally asks him to be with her from this day on. A puzzled Heng Su asks if this is a declaration of love, to which an embarrassed Belle shouts that it is. Day X arrives, and Heng Su delivers the final blow to the bell with his hammer. A powerful sound wave from the impact spreads across the area, and the undead burn in a bright flame. The soldier watches in horror as the monsters are exterminated, and the system confirms the creation of a new bell and the destruction of the undead. Heng Su exclaims with relief and joy that they did it and he made it in time. Suddenly, he cries out in pain as the system reports extreme fatigue and exhaustion. He loses consciousness and falls to the floor, and Belle rushes to his aid in a panic. A notification appears that the quest has been completed, and while Heng Su lies in Belle's arms, the system announces that the rewards have been changed. Meanwhile, players in the chat are discussing the failure of the territory update, recalling the blacksmith Han. They are surprised to realize that it was he who repaired Rama's bell. Hyun Soo wakes up in bed, irritatedly asking why it's so damn noisy. A window pops up in front of him with information about the 101,655 subscribers on his channel. He thinks with satisfaction that it was not in vain that he engraved his name on the bell. Now everyone who visits the castle area will see the bell he created. There is a knock on his room, and he, sitting on the bed, allows them to enter. A wounded warrior enters and joyfully greets the savior of the territory, who has finally come to his senses. He says that he has come at the Lord's command to present a reward of 330,000 gold. Heng Su is delighted to realize that with this kind of money he can finally contact that person. Then another knight brings a chest, declaring that the savior is worthy of such a reward. It turns out to be a personal gift from the Lord himself. Opening the chest, he sees the legendary mineral orichalcum. Heng Su sincerely thanks him for the gift, but the warrior replies that they are grateful to him. The warrior, with his hand on his heart, says that unlike others, Heng Su protected their land. The warrior bows low in gratitude. Heng Su feels his sincerity, thinking that the despair of the people in the game is no different from the despair in the real world. He informs the warrior that he needs to return home for a short while. With the thought of reclaiming his forge, he exits the system, disappearing in a stream of blue particles. The remaining warriors look at each other and notice how strange the strangers can be. The next day, he sees a notification on his phone about a transfer of 330 million won. The man with the scar on his face says with a warm smile that Heng Su really did it. Property investor Kang Hyuk-soo raves that it's absolutely stunning. The action moves back a year, where two men are sitting at a table with a photograph of a building on it. Investor Kang Hyuk-soo confirms that there was a major fire at the forge, and the total transaction amount is 330 million won. He hands over the documents and says that this money should be enough to cover the hospital bills, after which he's about to leave. Heng Su, in desperation, asks if there is any way he can buy the forge back. He begs to sell him the forge later if he can somehow raise the necessary money. Kang Hyuk-soo considers this a waste of money and advises buying a new forge to replace the burned-out one. But Heng Su insistently replies that he needs their old family forge. Crying, he explains that this place holds dear memories of his father. Touched by his words, Kang Hyuk-soo agrees to wait exactly 1 year before selling the forge. Heng Su bows and warmly thanks the investor, promising to wait for his call. Returning to the present, Heng Su admits that he knew then that he was asking for the impossible. He says the property could have been sold at any time and thanks Kang Hyuk-soo for keeping his promise. Kang Hyuk-soo replies with a smile that Heng Su was the first person to ever ask him for a ransom like this. The investor says that he should thank Heng Su for keeping his word as well. Hyun Soo suddenly asks if Kang Hyuk-soo knows a game called Ares. Kang Hyuk-soo laughs and replies that of course he has heard of this popular game. Heng Su admits that he is a blacksmith in Ares, and as a thank you, he wants to forge an artifact for the investor. Kang Hyuk-soo enthusiastically asks if he can order something specific, regardless of the difficulty. Heng Su smiles confidently and promises that she will do whatever he wants for him. In the game, Heng Su meets a blonde woman who reminds him that they haven't seen each other since the battle with the undead. She jokingly reproaches him for being difficult to find, which makes him feel embarrassed. The girl officially introduces herself as the chief strategist who made the Golden Shield Guild so successful. She says she was confident from the very beginning that he would one day become one of the best players. She extends her hand and asks to become the first member of his future guild. He teases her, reminding her that just recently she called him a cheater. She justifies herself by saying that anyone would have made a mistake in that situation. but he says that he is just teasing her. They shake hands, and he says he would be happy to work with her. The girl is shocked to learn that he is going to meet the Sword King Barad, one of the 10 legends. He calmly confirms that he is participating in the Goyard tournament, since the winner will be awarded by Barad himself. She clutches her head, reminding herself that the strongest players from all over the world come to this tournament. He calmly declares that this is precisely why he must win, which angers his interlocutor. He confidently says that he will simply strive for the top using his strengths. On the day of the Goyard tournament, a rider on a red wyvern flies over a huge city. Tournament chairman Bekel, riding a wyvern, welcomes the participants into the arena. He announces that the tournament will begin as soon as he leaves the stage, and the crowd of warriors cheers. Bekel warns them that His Highness is watching them and urges them to behave with dignity. A bright flash of light in the sky marks the official start of the Goyard tournament. A huge golem appears in the center of the arena, and the participants are given the task of surviving its attack. The two smug participants waited for the golem to appear as their first opponent. An announcement appears about the first test, in which the reward will be given to the one who can defeat the stone golem. A level 109th stone golem receives a powerful blow, causing its head to crack. One of the warriors asks in horror if the golem has always had such a high level, while the second smugly notes that the first round should be easy. The warrior is thrown aside by an unexpected blow. A massive stone golem looms over the arena, and the system reports a forced shutdown of a player whose health has reached 0. The monster's stone hand falls upon another participant, and another system message announces its disconnection. The young magician screams in panic that they were told something completely different and does not understand how to defeat this creature. The tournament organizer realizes that the stone golem from the high-level tournament was brought here by mistake. Lord Bekel runs to the guards, demanding to be allowed to see His Highness immediately. He desperately shouts that they must stop the tournament immediately, but His Highness has not yet given permission. The armored ruler, seated on the throne, coldly declines the request. His Highness looks at the glowing sphere and asks if the Lord still hasn't figured out what's going on. He smirks and orders everyone to look closely at that warrior in the arena. The warrior catches his arrow, and a system window appears with the caption Hyun Su's third creation. He again releases an orichalcum short arrow that has the ability to return to the user. The best man understands that this is the very same award from the territory of Castle. He recalls receiving a legendary orichalcum with excellent properties as a gift. The arrow flies past another participant, who shouts to be careful, and the archer apologizes. The arrow hits its target, and the system window announces that the stone golem is stunned for 4 seconds. Everyone can see that the huge stone golem is indeed stunned. The other participants shout that this is their chance and rush to attack with fire spells. Multiple blows hit the golem, which roars in pain. The stun wears off, and the monster, having recovered, looks ominously at the fighters. The golem steps forward, shaking the ground. One of the warriors shouts at the archer to run, because they just need to hold out a little longer. The same warrior flies back from the blow and cries out in despair about changing weapons. But the archer takes out his sword and says that this is not the end. Lord Bekel again begs His Highness to stop the tournament, saying that the participant is already at his limit. His Highness looks in surprise at his sphere, which begins to shine brightly. The system announces the completion of the emergency god creation, and a Damascus blade appears in the warrior's hands. He meets the golem's blow with his new blade, capable of cutting through stone. The golem's hand shatters into pieces, and the system declares victory over it. The blade disappears, and the system reports that the god's emergency creation and the Damascus blade are missing. The winner will see a multitude of level-up messages appear before his eyes. He says with amazement that he raised 14 levels at once. The other participants approach him and ask if they were supposed to beat him, since they were told to survive. He explains that due to a bug with the golem, the balance of the trial was disrupted. Suddenly, the warrior feels like he is getting sick. He loses consciousness and falls to the ground to the surprised cries of those around him. Participants discuss how he turned out to be a master of weapons, and not just a trickster. The tournament organizer addresses all participants loudly. He announces that due to an error, the martial arts tournament is suspended. Stream viewers are shocked that the guy single-handedly took down a stone golem. Someone finds an arrow the boy dropped and notices an inscription on it. The audience recognizes him as the blacksmith who created the bell and is amazed at its power. Game support employee Ares apologizes, stating that the tournament has been suspended at the behest of Ares. The player is outraged by the sudden appearance of a level 100 golem, but support cites the kingdom's internal affairs. When asked what they could possibly say, the support team apologizes again. One of the developers runs up to the team leader, reporting a big problem, but the latter brushes it off, saying he's busy. Another employee panics and reports that Gord's tournament has been suspended, but the team leader calmly replies that they had foreseen this. The girl grabs the team leader by the robe and shouts that the real problem is that Barad summoned user Hyun Soo. The team leader jumps up from his seat, asking if they have met yet, and the girl confirms that Hyun Soo is in the reception hall. The team leader covers his face with his hand in despair, anticipating a sleepless night, and his colleague whispers that he wants to go home. The developers are discussing how this player is so out of this world that they don't understand him. The girl explains that if he fulfills Barad's request, he will master the art of the King of Swords' sword and become the most powerful blacksmith. The team leader says that everything depends on Barad's will, but his colleague has a feeling that the player will succeed. The next day, the protagonist walks through the palace hall, thinking that he will meet Barad sooner than he thought. He kneels before the red-haired ruler on the throne, who addresses him as a stranger. The ruler explains that the award is being presented without further ceremony due to an unforeseen incident. He says that everyone recognizes the hero's magnificent battle yesterday. The king extends his metal hand and offers the warrior to accept the reward. He awards him a reward of 13,000 gold pieces. The hero raises his head and says that he heard that His Majesty was looking for him. The courtiers are outraged by such insolence and the fact that he dares to interrupt the king. The hero calmly declares that he is the one they were looking for, causing a new wave of anger among the courtiers. The king stops his subjects with a gesture and confirms that this is the guest he has been waiting for. The hero introduces himself as the blacksmith Hyun and greets His Highness Barada. Barad, from the throne, notices that he was in no hurry. An inscription appears introducing him as the Sword King of Barad, one of the 10 legends of Ares. Barad notes that the road here was not easy. He approaches the hero and asks if he knows why he was called. Hyun confidently replies that he was called to be tasked with forging a sword. Barad recalls that even the kingdom's best blacksmith and Master Bashan were unable to complete this order. The Sword King looks at Hyun intently and says he wants to know why he can trust him. Barad laughs loudly, amazed by the blacksmith's courage, and speaks well. He orders the servant to bring what he has prepared. Barad sits on the throne and declares that he is betting on Hyun's confidence. The servant opens the chest, which contains shining, century-old cold steel, a special ore with the property of ice. Hyun stares in amazement at the mineral, which looks like it came straight out of a martial arts novel. Barad says he needs a sword of epic rank or higher, and promises anything if he succeeds. However, he warns what will happen if Hyun disappoints him. Barad glared and threatened that if he did, the blacksmith would never set foot on the lands of the Kingdom of Gord again. Hyun receives a royal commission to make a sword for Barad, and the reward will be the fulfillment of one wish. Confident, Hyun declares that he will not let them down and will definitely complete the task. Hyun feels someone's eyes boring into his back and looks around nervously. He is being watched over by the vice captain of the Knights of the Gord Kingdom, Bella Urzo. Hyun thinks with a grin that putting a supervisor over him, even if he is an outsider, is too open. He decides that this is quite natural because it would be strange if they trusted him right away. Bella tells him to focus on his work, and Hyun asks with a smile if his nervousness was that obvious. Bella is mentally outraged by his behavior because the king gave him one last chance. She threatens him mentally, and Hyun feels a huge pressure coming from her. Suddenly, Hyun receives a doorbell notification and realizes that something has happened in the real world. He asks Bella for permission to step out for a minute. Hyun comes out of the game capsule in his room. The hostess of the house meets him at the door and is surprised that he is home. Hyun asks what brings her here. The owner explains that they are selling the house because her husband has been unemployed for a long time. Hyun reassures her by saying that she was already renting him a room very cheaply. In response to his question, the landlady replies that he needs to move out within 2 weeks. He bows and thanks the hostess, saying that he had a good time here. Left alone, he realizes that 2 weeks and the money he earned in the game will not be enough for him. He recalls that his father's hospital bills amounted to tens of millions. The ransom for the forge cost 30 million won, and there was no money left to treat the burns on his hands. In despair, he clutches his head and wonders where he should go now. At that moment, Nell calls him with a great idea for the task. He asks her to call back because his head is full of other things, and she asks what happened. He explains that he suddenly has to move out within 2 weeks, which angers Nell. She shouts into the phone, asking if he understands the importance of this task. Nell explains that she expects 2 main results from this assignment. The first result is to dispel the rumors and prove that the tournament champion and the blacksmith Hyun are one and the same person. She suggests that he first hide and then appear and announce the creation of the guild. The second result is that he received an order from Barad, one of the most influential characters. She asks him to imagine Barad displaying a new sword with his engraving. At that moment, his value would skyrocket, and Hyun clenched his fist in thanks to Nell. He says she helped him come to his senses and firmly promises to do everything possible. Returning to the game, he sees an angry Bella who asks why he was gone for so long. She screams that His Majesty is trapped in the dragon's lair. Hyun, shocked, asks again if Barad really fell into a trap. He asks where exactly this lair is and tries to hide his ignorance. Bella explains that the Flame Lair is a common name for the lands of fire monsters. She adds that only Barad survived in the Ifrit's dungeon. Hyun wonders why Barad would go there again, especially without picking up the sword he ordered. Bella explains that the target of Barad's revenge is in the Lair of Flame. Hyun asks in surprise what this purpose is. The action moves to a fiery dungeon called the Lair of Flame. Barad fights his way through the flames, thinking he's almost there. Exhausted, he sits down to rest, realizing that he only has to pass through the last gate. He looks at his melting sword and realizes that even this weapon is not enough. Barad recalls covering his men's retreat, glad they were able to escape. He understands that reinforcements will not arrive for at least 3 days. With a bitter smile, he regrets that he did not wait for the foreign blacksmith to finish the new sword. His thoughts turn to Ban's dead son, and he remembers a young man named Hyun Soo. Barad thinks that his son would now be the same age as this young man. In his memories, he finds his seriously wounded son Ban, and in despair asks why he came. The dying Ban replies that he wanted to protect the dungeon so that his father would be proud of him. He admits that he was too weak and asks for forgiveness. Barad, in tears, shouts at his son not to apologize and to just hold on. He begs Ban to stay with him, but he dies in his arms. Returning to the present, Barad again regrets that he did not wait for the sword from the stranger. However, he is determined not to let the Ifrit escape. He has been waiting for this moment for years and vows to catch the monster. Bella tells Hyun that after the prince's death, His Majesty tried everything to catch the Ifrit. She adds that the Ifrit never showed itself so easily. According to her, this could be her master's last chance. Bella honestly admits to Hyun that she finds it difficult to trust a stranger like him. But since His Highness trusted him, it meant there was a good reason for it. She bows low and, as a knight of the kingdom, begs Hyun to save His Majesty. Hyun says thoughtfully that he didn't think about what Barad had to go through. He recalls how he himself almost lost everything in the fire on that fateful day. Hyun wonders if he could move forward if, like Barad, he lost his family. He firmly promises Bella to do everything in his power. Hyun immediately sets to work, furiously striking the hot metal with his hammer. He then dips the red-hot blade into a vat of water to quench it. As he examines the sword, he reflects that the heat of the Ifrit melts even unique weapons. He comes to the conclusion that he needs to forge a weapon of a class higher than unique. Hyun places his hand on the blade, pouring energy into it and focusing on protecting himself from the flames. A system message informs him that his understanding of the century-old cold iron has deepened. During the forging process, his soul of the blacksmith skill is activated. He delves deeper into the forging process than ever before. His passion and determination allow him to focus completely on the task at hand. The final blow completes the work, and the system window announces the creation of Hyun's first legendary sword. Bella watches the flash of light in amazement and asks if the sword is ready. Hyun, who created the sword, decides to go and save His Majesty Barad. Meanwhile, King Barad rushes into battle with a furious cry. He looks forward with determination and declares that today it will all be over. His opponent turns out to be the boss of the Flame Lair Ifrit, level 409. Barad scornfully rushes at the huge monster, beginning his speech. A shining sword appears in his hands, and he screams how long he has waited for this moment. The warrior, with a battle cry, strikes the fire demon with a glowing blue blade. Ifrit knocks Barad back with a powerful counterattack. A wounded fire monster instantly regenerates its flesh. Barad, thrown back, immediately pushes off the ground for another attack. Ifrit looks at the sword stuck in his hand in surprise. Grinning, the fire boss grabs the hilt of the sword protruding from his body. He roars as he pulls out the blade, which transforms into a weapon of pure flame. Ifrit unleashes an attack called Ifrit's Flame on Barad. The demon makes a gleeful sound, completely confident of his victory. Barad falls to one knee, realizing that his attack has failed. Suddenly, a huge ice sword plunges into the ground in front of him. From afar, Bella shouts at the king to use this new sword. Barad takes hold of the hilt, and a description of the legendary sword created by Hyun especially for him appears. Hyun smiles and invites the king to try his creation. Barad leaps into the air, activating his sword skill Ice Flower. A powerful wave of ice and snow rushes towards the fiery Ifrit. The attack hits its target, freezing and restricting the monster's movements. Barad delivers a crushing blow, releasing a gigantic arc of icy energy. The exhausted king falls to his knees, and the system window reports the victory over the boss. Observers are in a panic as some monsters self-destruct before dying. Barad is called upon to leave the danger zone, but he orders everyone to stay put. The king clutches the medallion and says he wants to end it all right now. Bella, seeing this, decides that she must save his majesty and can help. However, she hesitates, remembering the king's order not to enter the epicenter of the explosion. Hyun calmly declares that he will go and save his majesty. He uses emergency divine creation to create armor with fire resistance. Hyun runs into the fiery hell and calls out for King Barad. The king, without turning around, orders the stranger to leave, saying that he has already done enough. Hyun comes closer and firmly declares that he will not leave because he came to escort the king. Barad bitterly admits that his own son died because of him. Hyun asks if the king thinks the owner of the necklace would be happy to see him die. Barad shouts in rage that Hyun will never understand his pain. He grabs Hyun by his clothes, asking how he dares to talk about the grief of losing a child. Hyun calmly admits that he will never know this pain, but he can say something else. Hyun says that he too almost lost someone close to him. He remembers praying every day for him to open his eyes, and now he's just glad he's alive. Hyun guesses that Barad's son would feel the same way. He asks the king to let his son go. Hugging the ghostly silhouette of his son, Barad tearfully admits that his foolish father was wrong. Hyun convinces Barad to move on with his life so he can become a father his son can be proud of. Barad agrees that he shouldn't be a father to be ashamed of. He smiles resolutely and says it's time to go. Suddenly there is an explosion and someone shouts that His Majesty is in danger. The system window informs Hyun about a forced exit from the game, but he manages to shout that he will be back soon. A weakened Barad tells his assistant that this guy, Hyun-soo, saved him. The assistant catches the fallen king, begging him to come to his senses. In the real world, Hyun sees a message that his level has been lowered by 1 due to the forced logout. In his subconscious, Barad meets his young son and asks in surprise if it is really him. The son confirms this with a smile and says that he came to say goodbye. Barad, confused, asks what he is talking about, remembering Hyun's words. The son holds his father's hands and says that he wants him to be happy. He asks his father to live for himself now and disappears, and Barad cries out his name in despair. The king wakes up in his bed and his servants report that he has been unconscious for 3 days. Barad tells his assistant that his son Ban came to say goodbye. He realizes that all of this is thanks to that guy and demands to see Hyun-soo immediately. The servant reports that the stranger Hyun-soo has arrived and greets the king of Barad. Barad gestures for him to stand up and Hyun complies. The king invites Hyun to sit closer because he wants to ask him something. He says that he knows very well about the immortality of aliens, but this does not mean that they are not afraid to die. Barad asks bluntly why Hyun risked his life to save him. Hyun replies that there are 2 reasons for this. First, he saw that the king was bearing a burden similar to his own, and he hoped that he would continue to live. Barad thoughtfully repeats the words about a burden similar to his. Then the king asks what the second reason is. Hyun sheepishly admits that he was confident of a generous reward from His Majesty. Barad agrees and confirms that he had already intended to reward him generously. He hands Hyun a scroll, calling it payment for the forged sword. Hyun is shocked to see a system notification about receiving 1,017,600 gold. The king asks if the sword that saved his life is not worth such a price. Hyun bows to the floor in gratitude and Barad asks him to sit down. The king says that from now on he will try to live his life to the fullest as Hyun advised. He wants to live in such a way that he won't be ashamed when he meets Ban in the afterlife. Barad expresses hope that Hyun will do the same and live for the sake of his father, who will one day wake up. As they part, the king asks if Hyun could visit him from time to time. Barad says that he is interested in hearing about Hyun's life, and Hyun replies that he would also like to know the story of your majesty. Extending his hand, Barad offers Hyun to become friends, much to his surprise. System messages appear indicating that the friendship level with Barad has reached the maximum, and Hyun has received his friend's blessing. Hyun happily shakes the outstretched hand, considering it an honor to become a friend of an NPC like Barad. In honor of their friendship, Barad decides to pass on his swordsmanship to Hyun, much to his shock. The commander of the knights asks in bewilderment whether your majesty intends to impart his art to a stranger. Commander Benson reminds that a successor has already been appointed, and to receive such art, one must be worthy. He continues that inheriting the skill of fencing requires special qualifications. Barad stops him, saying he's not going to teach just anyone, Commander Benson. A window appears in front of Hyun with a quest to obtain the King of Swords swordsmanship skill. Barad announces with a smile that Commander Benson will test Hyun-Soo's abilities. The story shifts to reality, where Hyun-Soo remembers how he used the game's reward to pay his father's hospital bills. He then found himself a new place to live and signed a lease. He thanked his former owner, who had forgiven him the debt, and she wished him to take care of himself. Thinking that there is one more thing left to do, Hyun-Soo makes a phone call. His friend Chi-hoon answers, and Hyun-Soo offers to meet, promising to buy dinner. They are sitting in a restaurant, and Chi-hoon asks in amazement if this is real Korean beef. Chi-hoon can't believe Hyun-Soo is treating him to such an expensive meal and thinks he's seen it all. Hyun-Soo explains that he simply wanted to thank his friend with something decent, since he had done a lot for him. Chi-hoon notices the bag Hyun-Soo places on the table and asks what it is. He looks into the package with curiosity and sees a branded box inside. Upon opening it, Chi-hoon is shocked to see expensive shoes from Hermes. He shakes Hyun-Soo in a panic, asking where he got the money and if it was really a gift for him. Hyun-Soo calmly replies that his friend has wanted these shoes for a long time, and adds that he has already returned his money for the game capsule. Chi-hoon, with tears in his eyes, thanks the scoundrel and says that his life is finally starting to change. Hyun-Soo replies that he should be the one thanking him, and jokingly feeds the surprised Chi-hoon with chopsticks. The action returns to the game, where Commander Benson calls for the duel to begin and asks Hyun-Soo to draw his weapon. Benson draws his sword and warns that he will not give in just because of Hyun-Soo's friendship with the king. Hyun-Soo replies with a smile that the feeling is mutual and says that he is looking forward to the fight. He takes out his sword, which is enveloped in a bright blue glow. Benson is surprised because he expected to see an incredible weapon, but in front of him was just an ordinary sword. He charges in, asking if Hyun-Soo thinks he can match the knight's skill. Benson throws Hyun-Soo back, dismissively calling his weapon a piece of iron. He presses Hyun-Soo's sword to the ground and asks what he was thinking when he created such a flimsy weapon. Suddenly, Hyun-Soo's sword begins to vibrate and strike Benson with bolts of energy. Hyun-Soo calmly says that he only had to throw punches and counts their total number. System windows appear showing that the total number of hits was 59. Hyun-Soo points out that there were no rules against it, and Benson can't believe he lost like that. A shocked Benson seriously asks Hyun-Soo who he really is. Hyun-Soo replies with a grin that he is the god of blacksmithing. Benson and his assistant bow down to Hyun-Soo, calling him a god, which leaves him extremely embarrassed. He recalls how hard he prepared for this fight. Thanks to the victory, he mastered the enemy's art and improved his own skill. But now he wonders what to do next. Due to his low level, he was only able to learn 3 chapters of the King of Swords art. He remembers the promise that he would be trained by the other chapters once he reached the required level of skill. Arriving at the palace, Hyun-Soo is met by servants who greet him. In the throne room, he is greeted by King Barad, who addresses him as Hyun-Soo. Hyun-Soo explains that he has come to discuss an important matter and asks the king for advice. He asks to give him the 100-year-old cold iron that the king used for his sword. King Barad says with regret that he would gladly give up the metal, but there is a catch. He reveals that the ingot was the last one, leaving Hyun-Soo shocked. A frustrated Hyun-Soo realizes that searching for new material will take a week and a lot of effort. However, the king reassures him, saying that cold iron can be mined in the frost mine. Barad suggests that he go get the resource himself, and Hyun-Soo asks in surprise if he can really do it. The king calls his knight Bella and orders her to escort Hyun-Soo to the frost mine. He adds that it will be a good experience for her, and Bella reluctantly agrees. Suddenly, a broadcast is shown where Barad, with a new sword, announces the conquest of the first tomb. Spectators notice his unusual sword, which even from a distance emits an icy aura. The news is abuzz with the fact that the blacksmith Hyun-soo's name is now linked to the kingdom of Gord, but neither his age nor gender has been revealed. Rumors are spreading that the mysterious blacksmith is over 40 years old and fat, which makes some people laugh. Meanwhile, thousands of new users are subscribing to Hyun-soo's page on the blacksmith's forum. Hyun-soo, sitting in his room, sees that thanks to the Sword of Barad, the number of his subscribers has grown to 30,000. He watches Barad's broadcast and realizes that everyone is now very interested in his personality. Hyun-soo wonders what will happen if he reveals that he is the winner of the tournament. He squeezes his bandaged hand, reminding himself to be careful, as he still has a lot of things to do. He picks up the phone, deciding that he needs to call or text someone. He recalls that he still hasn't thanked one person who was important to him. At this time, a player named Tank Bark recalls how Barad had already tried to clear the tombs several times. He sighs as he admits that the area is, as expected, inaccessible to players. Bark, a real estate investor and high-ranking player, recalls his expeditions into the Salamander dungeon. However, all of his artifacts melted there, leaving him no chance of passage. He laments that most unique shields simply melt in this place. Despite having money, he cannot find suitable artifacts and is looking for a good craftsman. At that moment, he receives a message from Hyun-soo, who writes that he is ready to keep his promise. Bark looks at the phone in surprise, trying to remember what promise he was talking about. Hyun-soo asks if there are any changes to the order, as he was just about to start creating the artifact. Bark understands that if Hyun-soo can create the artifact he needs right now, it will be a miracle. He replies that there are no changes and asks about his level, to which Hyun-soo replies that he is 59. Having decided that the guy has potential, Bark asks to make an artifact for him if it won't be too difficult. But then he remembers the rumors that Hyun-soo doesn't even take on high-ranking orders, much less accept them from a player like him. Bark reflects on his looming deadline for the class change quest. Hyun-soo and Bella arrive at the ice mine, and he looks around it in admiration. A system window appears informing him that he is the first one to log in and his experience will be doubled for a week. Hyun-soo is pleased with the Pioneer bonus and the ability to earn double experience. He asks Bella if she has been here before, but she replies that this is her first time here too. They are stopped by a miner who sternly asks how they got here, since entry without permission is prohibited. Bella introduces herself as the vice captain of the Royal Knights and shows official permission from the royal family. The miner looks at the royal seal, which he sees for the first time, with delight and surprise. The miner introduces himself as Vanya, and Hyun-soo responds that he is a blacksmith. Vanya explains that although he is glad to have guests, he cannot let just anyone into the mine. Luckily, he adds that his father is a foreman and he can help them. Vanya offers to take them to their father and leads them deeper into the mine. Along the way, Hyun-soo notices a strange blue barrier with a hexagonal pattern. Behind the barrier, he sees glowing crystal monsters and asks in surprise what is there. Vanya says with a smile that this place looks like a dungeon. He tells a legend about how 100 years ago a wizard sealed monsters in this mine. Hyun-soo begins to suspect that the growths on these monsters may be what he is looking for. He sees a monster covered in crystals and realizes that this is the 100-year-old cold steel he is looking for. Vanya confirms his guess, but warns that greed can lead to trouble. He explains that behind the barrier there is a territory of monsters, and it is very difficult to get out of there alive. Vanya admits that the miners are upset because the sealed part of the mine contains the most ore. However, he adds that they can work in peace, knowing that the monsters are safely locked away. Finally, they arrive, and Vanya points to his father, who is standing in front. Hyun-soo thanks Vanya for his help, and he, having shown the way, leaves. The foreman notices them and wonders with suspicion why the strangers have come so far. Hyun-soo politely approaches the foreman and apologizes for disturbing him. Chief Miner Lek, level 231, looks them over silently and appraisingly. Lek notes that they are a strange company and asks directly what brought them to the mine. Hyun-soo says he's looking for ore better than 100-year-old cold steel, which surprises Lek. Lek confirms that such ore exists, but wonders why he would share this information. Especially, he thinks, with some greedy stranger who came for profit. He understands that if rumors about the rare ore spread, real chaos will break out in the mine. But he remembers that this stranger came with the permission of the royal family, which changes things. Lek decides to test the guest and asks if he has experience in ore mining. He offers a deal. If Hyun-soo mines 40 pieces of ore in a week, he will tell about the rare ore. A system window appears in front of Hyun-soo with the task of extracting 40 pieces of ore and proving his skills. Lek confidently asks if Hyun-soo accepts his proposal. Hyun-soo asks defiantly what will happen if he mines more than 40 pieces of ore. Lek laughs, considering this impossible, and promises that in that case he will get the ore for him himself. Hyun-soo agrees to the terms and they agree to meet in a week. Brigadier Lek suddenly calls out to his son Vanya, realizing that he is eavesdropping on their conversation. He roughly grabs his son by the clothes, angrily scolding him for eavesdropping and idleness. The white-haired girl asks Hyun-soo in confusion why he made such a promise to the foreman. Hyun-soo explains that he knew about going into the mine, and his hand begins to emit a magical glow. He says that he is prepared in advance and materializes a magic pickaxe from light. Hyun-soo firmly declares that he will extract the best ore, and his companion doubtfully thinks that he is a strange person. A week later, Foreman Lek sits deep in thought near the entrance to the mine. He remembers how the stranger promised not to leave the mine for a whole week and doubts his words. Finding this impossible, Lek suddenly notices a dark silhouette with a pickaxe coming out of the mine. The foreman notes that the deadline has passed and, with distrust, demands to see the results of the work done. Hyun-soo asks him to wait a second with a slight grin, creating a bright glowing ball in his hand. Lek looks at him with skepticism, being sure that the stranger is not capable of this. Suddenly, a huge mountain of sparkling ore pours out of the magic ball, stunning the foreman. Hyun-soo reports with a satisfied look that he managed to extract as many as 200 pieces of ore. A shocked Lek screams, trying to understand who is in front of him, and assumes that it is the legendary hunter. Hyun-soo smiles modestly and replies that he is just an ordinary blacksmith. A description appears of his unique Damascus sword, which can transform into a pickaxe. In a funny chibi insert, he explains that he used his sword as a pickaxe. The foreman, still not believing his eyes, looks at the mountain of ore and, confused, agrees. He comes closer and says with respect that the hand of a real blacksmith is immediately visible. Lek apologizes for underestimating him and, as a sign of reconciliation, suggests having a drink together in the evening. Hyun-soo happily agrees and shakes the foreman's outstretched hand. Later at the tavern, two men sit down next to Hyun-soo's companion, who is drinking alone. She coldly refuses them, and at that moment, someone's hand suddenly grabs one of the pestering people by the shoulder. It turns out to be a drunk Lek, who joyfully hugs Hyun-soo and asks again about the 200 pieces. Upon hearing that Hyun-soo had mined about 20 pieces of cold iron, all the miners in the tavern were delighted. The intrigued foreman asks to see that special pickaxe he has heard about. Hyun-soo agrees and materializes a shining instrument right in his hand above the table. He proudly announces that it is a Damascus pickaxe, causing shock to everyone around him. In a humorous sketch, he explains that this tool increases mining efficiency by more than 200%. He adds that it can also be turned into a sword that will be excellent at chopping stones. His companion watches him with a smile and thinks how happy he is with his creation. An inspired Lek hugs Hyun-soo and declares that they will work even harder from now on. The other miners happily pour him a drink, welcoming him into their circle. Later, Lek leads Hyun-soo to a magical barrier in the mine, behind which lie deposits of 1,000-year-old cold iron. Hyun-soo asks with a serious face if this is the place he was told about. His companion reminds him that they cannot enter inside because of this barrier. The foreman confirms that there is iron there, but warns about the huge number of monsters. He smirks and pats Hyun-soo on the shoulder, saying that now it's all up to him. Lek says goodbye cheerfully, saying that he will go to another mine and wait for a call if needed. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of Hyun-soo with a message about the start of a new story. He is surprised, and the system explains that the century-old barrier has weakened, and the trapped monsters are furious. An alarming message announces that the barrier will collapse in just 3 minutes, and Hyun-soo is terrified. He rushes towards the miners, shouting at them to wait, much to their confusion. Hyun-soo screams in panic that the barrier will soon collapse and that all miners need to be evacuated immediately. One of the workers doesn't believe him, because the barrier has stood for 100 years without incident. Suddenly, the mine starts to collapse and people start screaming in panic, calling for everyone to run. Hyun-soo orders everyone to evacuate immediately, warning that the monsters are about to break free. One of the miners refuses to leave, declaring that they will first rescue those remaining inside. The other workers support him, saying that they cannot abandon their comrades in trouble. Even the miner, who had previously doubted, firmly declares that they cannot leave. He suggests that the collapse was most likely caused by some kind of special magic. The miner is determined to save the people trapped inside, and Hyun-soo remembers the mission. While pondering what to do, he receives a new A-rank mission to rescue the miners, failure of which means their death. He understands that the reward depends on the number of survivors, and decides to act more decisively for the sake of these people. Hyun-soo draws his sword and asks Lady Vela to cover him if he misses even one monster. Vela asks anxiously if he is not at all afraid to take on such an overwhelming task. He smiles confidently and, reminding them that aliens don't die, announces his intention to detain the monsters. He prepares for battle, but doubts creep into his thoughts about whether he has enough strength. He understands that a Damascus sword alone will not be enough to achieve victory. This thought makes him realize that such a battle requires something more. He decides to create a completely new weapon, which will require a huge amount of ore. Using the emergency creation, he intends to obtain a weapon for one powerful blow. Hyun-soo uses the Divine Emergency Measure skill, concentrating energy in his hands. In his hands, a great sword of cold steel materializes, glowing with blue light. The first monsters emerge from the mine, including a stone troll, an orc, and a wolf. The system reports that the 30-second sword usage limit is being ignored. However, the new condition states that the sword will disappear immediately after one hit. He swings his sword with a furious cry, promising that no monster will break through. Hyun-soo unleashes a powerful attack called Ice Storm on his enemies. The blow hits the stone wolf, who howls in pain and surprise. Immediately after the impact, the cold iron blade shatters into pieces. He thinks that if the sword were recreated from the right materials, the effect would be much stronger. Hyun-soo realizes that the dungeon is still full of monsters and begins to worry about the miners. Meanwhile, in the collapsed mine, workers are desperately trying to save the wounded and dig a way out. The system reminds him that the reward depends on the number of survivors and begs him to save them. Looking at their dedication, he realizes that these people are no longer just NPCs to him. He remembers how he himself saved his father and sees in the miners the same willingness to protect their loved ones. Determined, he vows to protect them all from the next wave of monsters. His plan is to first lure the monsters into a part of the dungeon where there are no people. Hyun-soo faces off against a huge blue monster swinging a club at him alone. He deftly cuts through another wolf-headed monster with his sword. A huge crystalline club descends onto the spot where he had just stood. Dodging, he slips past the jaws of another armored monster. His shining blade clashes with the weapon of a crystal-encased enemy. Soon, he finds himself surrounded by dozens of enraged monsters. He smiles confidently, thinking how good it is that he has learned a new technique. Taking a fighting stance, he prepares to use the art of the King of Swords. He unleashes a powerful attack called the Raging Wave Sword. A whirlwind of blue energy from his blade rushes through the crowd of monsters, cutting them apart. He stands among the fallen enemies, and the system window reports 100% additional damage from the attack. Looking at the result, he admits that this technique is much more amazing than he thought. Completely exhausted, he falls to the ground as the system announces the mine's defense and the mission's completion. Lying on the ground, he smiles with relief because everything is safe, and the system offers him a special reward for the circumstances. He reflects on the circumstances and decides that since they are offering a better reward, he cannot refuse. He gets a great idea and looks at his sword with a sly smile. Meanwhile, Foreman Lek informs the rescued miners that they can now rest assured that everyone is safe and sound. The miners hug each other and cry with joy, not believing that they were able to survive. Lady Bella tells Lek that it looks like Mr. Hyun-soo has taken all the monsters deeper into the dungeon. Lek loudly announces to everyone that the blacksmith single-handedly distracted the monsters to protect them. The miners are shocked to realize that he went there alone, and that is why they did not meet anyone. The foreman feels ashamed, because they haven't saved all of their comrades yet. Armed with torches, a group of miners goes deeper into the cave in search of the stranger. They run through the dark corridors, shouting Mr. Hyun-soo's name. One of the miners screams desperately, addressing the newcomer. Finally, they see his lonely figure sitting on the ground ahead. Seeing him fall, they rush to him shouting that he is seriously wounded. Lady Bella runs up first and, hugging him, calls him a fool. She checks his pulse and is surprised to see that it is steady, despite the wounds. Lek arrives and asks everyone to calm down while Lady Bella holds Hyun-soo's hand. Hyun-soo suddenly sits up, startling her, and says that he is okay and was able to defeat all the monsters. Lek kneels before him and asks if everything is really safe now. He tearfully grabs Hyun-soo's hands, thanking him and apologizing for them for getting him. Hyun-soo smiles softly and replies that he and Lady Bella felt like family around them. He says that after seeing their devotion to each other, he simply couldn't stay away. He is genuinely glad that everyone is safe, but suddenly his face is distorted by a grimace of pain. He cries out, and Lek, in a burst of emotion, hugs him, promising to never forget his kindness. Lady Bella watches the scene in bewilderment, because just now he was completely fine. Lek orders that their savior be brought inside immediately, saying that now is not the time for talking. The foreman helps carry Hyun-soo, who has lost consciousness, and the system window confirms that Lek and 95 other people will never forget him. Hyun-soo thinks with a satisfied grin that playing out the drama was a good idea. Bella is furious when she realizes that he was pretending after all. Waking up in bed, Hyun-soo mutters that he slept soundly. Suddenly, Foreman Lek appears in the room and shouts his name, and Hyun-soo asks in fear how long he has been here. Lek excitedly asks how Hyun-soo is feeling and if he has gotten better. Hyun-soo replies that he is fine and asks if everyone else is okay. Lek assures them that everything is fine, and the miners peeking out from behind the door advise him to take care of himself. Hyun-soo reminds Lek that he had things to do, being a blacksmith, and the foreman sadly agrees. Lek interrupts him, saying that he wants to say something. Hyun-soo allows him to speak, and Lek calls the others to come in. A crowd of miners bursts into the room, announcing that they will go into the mine today for him. They explain that they want to thank him for the risk and promise to obtain the very 1,000-year-old cold iron that he was looking for. Hyun-soo asks in surprise if they will really get it for him. He thanks them, although he believes that he simply did what he had to, and Lek says that he now understands him. The foreman adds sheepishly that there is actually something else. He decides it would be better if his son said it himself. A young man steps forward and calls Hyun-soo their savior. He drops to one knee and says he wants to follow him. A system window appears informing you that the character has pledged eternal loyalty, has the potential to become a legendary miner, and can be accepted as a follower. Hyun-soo looks at the notification in shock, not understanding what the followers mean. Meanwhile, in the special users department, an exhausted employee laments that this happened in the absence of the team leader. She jumps up, shouting that player Hyun-soo is at it again, even though he's not even the guild leader. She panics, clutching her head, not believing that a legendary rank NPC wants to become a player's follower, and screams about the upcoming rework. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo asks the guy to stand up, saying that he does not deserve such honors, but he insists on the opposite. The guy says he saw everything with his own eyes, remembering how Hyun-soo wielded a pickaxe. He continues that he saw him rush to save them, and it was incredible and very touching. But most of all, he said, it inspired deep respect in him. He swears that he will put his all into the business and mine ore for it. The boy begs Hyun-soo to take him with her. Hyun-soo senses his sincerity and understands that there is no pretense in his devotion. The boy anxiously asks if he is unsuitable due to his lack of adequate skills, but Hyun-soo quickly dissuades him. He sheepishly explains that he himself is simply not ready to be someone's mentor yet, and asks to think about it a little. Hyun-soo asks to give him time to think about everything and prepare. He promises the guy that he will let him know when he is ready. Extending his hand, he says that when that day comes, he will join him. The guy jumps up and hugs Hyun-soo with tears of joy, thanking him warmly. The system window notifies that he has accepted Vanya as a follower, and now information about him is available to him. Hyun-soo thinks that he has found a strong ally, and from now on they will become stronger together. Vanya pulls away and, not wanting to rush, asks when they will see each other again. Hyun-soo replies that it will be very soon, and Vanya decides to mine ore with the rest of the miners for now. Hyun-soo receives a mining notice for 415 units of iron ore and 51 units of cold iron. He approaches Vanya and the girl knight, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Vanya proudly shows off a huge mountain of mined 1,000-year-old cold iron. Hyun-soo and his companion are shocked, and she tells him that he must be very proud of himself. Vanya shyly grabs them both and says that he never thought he would see such a treasure in real life, and it's all thanks to Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo thanks the miners for everything, but they ask him to stay a little longer. Vanya, in tears, shouts after the departing Hyun-soo, who waves goodbye to him. Hyun-soo stops and says that he was just about to give something to Vanya. He hands Vanya his pickaxe, and Vanya recognizes the tool that his friend treasured so much. Vanya, with tears in his eyes, swears eternal devotion, which greatly embarrasses Hyun-soo. The girl knight reflects that even though she called him a fraud, he risked his life to save the miners. She concludes with a smile that he has earned their trust after all. Hyun-soo asks Lady Bella if it was cool, which surprises her. A few days later, in the fiery dungeon of Salamander, someone attempts to pass the test. The muscular warrior sits at the entrance and laments that he has already lost count of the number of attempts. He recalls that even a 5th-rank blacksmith could not forge the shield he needed. The warrior thinks with regret that it looks like he won't be able to clear this dungeon. Suddenly, an eagle flies in with a package, and a notification appears about a gift from Hyun-soo. The warrior is skeptical that Hyun-soo is only level 59, but still thinks it's a sweet gesture. He decides to see what's there and opens the gift he received. Upon seeing the object, he is shocked and cannot believe his eyes, thinking that it is some kind of bug. A description of Hen's unique personal shield with incredible characteristics appears before him. Holding the shield in his hands, the warrior admits that Hyun-soo has much more talent than he thought. He looks at the image of a woman with snakes on a shield and guesses that it is Medusa. The warrior admires the fact that Hyun-soo has created a true masterpiece based on the myth of Medusa. A system notification appears with the timer counting down the time until the task is completed. The warrior looks at the entrance to the dungeon and says that Hyun-soo never ceases to amaze him. Confident in his abilities, he declares that he can now pass the dungeon and goes inside. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo and Bella are sitting in the throne room, and she thanks him for this opportunity. She asks how he is doing, and he replies that everything is fine since their return from the ice mine. Hyun-soo explains that he's been looking after his father in the hospital all this time. He says his father is still unconscious, but he hasn't lost hope. Bella remembers that they were going to discuss creating a guild. Hyun-soo, holding some papers in his hands, suggests acting as a team. He recalls his first goal, to make himself the most famous blacksmith in the country. Hyun-soo explains that with high-level players, it will be harder for them to achieve their goals, and Bella clarifies whether his fame is the guild's goal. Bella says the fastest way for the guild to become famous is to get a star, which Hyun-soo will be. She asks if he has anyone in mind for the main cast, and he introduces his friend. Hyun-soo replies that there is no one else yet, since he hasn't had time to get close to the other players. Suddenly, he remembers another person, and the image of a man in a business suit appears behind him. The woman asks what his friend's nickname is, and Hyun-soo replies that his nickname is Bark. She's never heard of such a nickname and can't find any information about it, and Hyun-soo realizes that he barely asked anything. She reproaches Hyun-soo for proposing a person about whom nothing is known as the founder of the guild. Hyun-soo recalls the past when his life was completely stagnant. He thinks of a man who sacrificed his own gain so that he could start over, and now he is deeply in debt. Hyun-soo asks if the man is a businessman, and the woman confirms this with surprise. She says he may not realize it, but his value in the Aries game is very high. The woman warns that this businessman may try to use him to start his own business or even take over the guild. Hyun-soo confidently replies that this man would never deceive or use him. The woman says the decision is his, but suddenly slams the table and shouts his name. She demands that he let her meet this man too, and Hyun-soo agrees. She asks him to hide for now that he is the famous blacksmith Hyun. Hyun-soo remembers with horror that the gift he gave Bark had his name written on it, and the woman screams in rage. Meanwhile, Bark fights the fire monster, repelling the attack with magic. He stands in the middle of the battlefield and thinks that everything worked out exactly as he wanted. Bark is amazed by Hyun-soo's abilities and wonders what else he can surprise him with. He is pondering how to thank Hyun-soo when a monster attacks from behind. The firepaw hits him and he cries out in pain. Bark manages to block the blow with his new glowing shield. The hooded monster's owner asks how he blocked the attack and demands to know the name of the shield's creator. He threatens that if Bark does not answer, he will persecute both him and his real clan. Bark understands that if this character comes after him in the real world, he will have to quit the game. But he firmly decides that he will never give up Hyun-soo in order to survive. The Flame Queen's clone uses a deadly attack, and the enemy screams that he is risking his life for some artifact. Bark only has 33 health points left, but he thinks this is more than just an artifact. A smiling Hyun-soo appears in his mind, and a message appears that the shield is obeying his will. The shield releases a powerful stream of blue energy, knocking the enemy back. Bark leaps forward and the system announces the activation of the hidden skill Ice Aegis. The enemy prepares a powerful spell, not believing that he can be defeated with such cheap tricks. Suddenly, a message appears that the secret test has been passed, and Bark does not understand what happened. The system reports that he refused to betray his comrade, and as a reward, he was granted the right to development. The barge is enveloped in light, and he assumes it is a hidden class change. He is assigned the Epic class Growing because as a tank he is already ideal. This class can even reach legendary rank and is designed to protect something precious. Bark realizes that this entire dungeon was a class quest from the start. The system notifies him that he is not yet in a guild and recommends that he join. Bark happily decides that he has a lot to talk about with Hyun-soo. At the tavern, Hyun-soo notices Bark and waves at him, beckoning him to his table. Bark walks through the hall in impressive new armor, and the patrons whisper that he must be a ranker. The woman sitting with Hyun-soo looks at Bark and thinks that this guy looks absolutely amazing. The woman sitting with Hyun-soo thinks that Bark is a difficult guy and it is better to be careful with him. Bark happily thanks Hyun-soo, saying that he was only able to complete the quest thanks to him. Hyun-soo is surprised because he had no idea who Bark really was, and Nell is shocked and tries to stop him. Bark suggests moving to a secluded place for conversation, as there are too many spectators around. The three of them find themselves in the luxurious private guest quarters of the Goyard Kingdom. Bark explains that he saw the inscription Hyun engraved on the shield and understood everything. Hyun-soo confirms that he is the blacksmith Hyun-soo and says that he left the mark on purpose. Bark kindly ruffles Hyun-soo's hair, thanks him, and says that he really is special. He sheepishly admits that during the quest, someone tried to take the artifact created by Hyun-soo. Then Bark said that it was a gift from his friend, and now Hyun-soo thanks him in return. Bark promises to keep Hyun-soo's identity a secret, and Nell thinks she was wrong to doubt him. Nell belatedly introduces herself and says that she is Hyun-soo's manager. She apologizes to Bark, admitting that she was prejudiced against him at first. Nell explains that since he knew who Hyun-soo was, she assumed the worst outcome. Bark agrees with a grin that there is some truth in her words. He says that many will try to use Hyun-soo, and even he himself was thinking about creating a guild. However, Bark is calm, seeing that Hyun-soo is surrounded by good people, after which Hyun-soo says that he wants to say something. Hyun-soo announces that he wants to invite both of them to his guild. Bark asks again in surprise, and Hyun-soo clarifies that he wants to work with them. He says he wants them to grow stronger together. Bark likes the idea and promises to protect Hyun-soo from now on. Bark officially introduces himself, stating his nickname, level 371, and class growing tank. He adds that he will soon be able to reach legendary class, which shocks Nell. Nell thinks that since Hyun-soo is a blacksmith, he also has a legendary class, and he decides to introduce himself properly. Hyun-soo says his real name is Hyun-soo, and he is level 80. He reveals his class, God of Blacksmiths, which surprises Bark, and they shake hands. Hyun-soo says he's looking forward to working together, and Bark agrees. Bark suggests that everyone eat before the food gets cold. He opens the system window and says that he wants to pay for Hyun-soo's gift. Hyun-soo tries to refuse, saying it was gratitude, but suddenly freezes in shock. A notification about the transfer of 400 million won from Mr. Bark appears in the system window. Hyun-soo panics and yells that it was just a gift, and he can't accept the money while everyone else laughs. Bark asks how Hyun-soo plans to grow his guild. Nell announces that their plan is to bring the hottest hunk on air, and that's Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo shyly asks if he's really handsome and doesn't believe that the talk about the broadcast is not a joke. Some guy looks at a huge piece of meat with delight and shouts that it's simply amazing. The narrator explains that many streamers produce Aries-related content, and one channel used to have the highest ratings. There's a lot of commotion in the studio, and someone is rushing everyone because there's less than an hour left before the broadcast starts. The director reminds the team about falling ratings, but they tell him that they have already warmed up the public's interest. Blacksmith Hyun refused to appear, but the winner of the martial arts tournament will come in his place, and this is their last chance. Messages from anonymous viewers appear on the broadcast screen, discussing the legendary Room of Truth and the upcoming guest. The show's host, wearing a light suit, greets the audience energetically with a thumbs up. He announces that today's guest is the winner of the martial arts tournament, and viewers in the chat are wondering if the mysterious blacksmith will also appear. The host excitedly announces that they are moving on to the main event and introduces the tournament winner, Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo appears on stage and says hello, and the broadcast chat explodes with question marks in surprise. The host notices that the chat is flooded with questions, and viewers are commenting on how handsome the guest is. User Yul Dong donates 500 million won and asks when Blacksmith Hyun will be released. Hyun-soo looks at the donation notification in surprise, and viewers in the chat recognize the donator as the leader of the #1 guild. The action moves back a few days to the meeting room of a certain guild. Sylvia, a member of the Black Anvil Guild, asks why they are holding an emergency meeting when the blacksmith is busy. Dex, another guild member, tells Sylvia that this is the hottest topic of discussion right now. He recalls that the blacksmith became especially famous after he created a sword for the Sword King Barad. A guild member named Bon slyly suggests that they don't have to restrain him. Dex counters that caution is a good idea and suggests recruiting the blacksmith before he becomes even more famous. The head of the Black Anvil Guild, Ro Woon, after listening to everyone's opinions, declares that he will personally check everything and then make a decision. Back in the studio, the host ecstatically thanks Ro Woon for the 500 million won donation. The presenter shouts into the camera that both a blacksmith and the head of Korea's best blacksmithing guild are watching the stream. A donation notice for 100,000 won appears from blacksmith Hyun, stating that he will be giving an interview today. Hyun-soo thinks to himself that he set everything up so that people would think that he and the blacksmith were two different people. The host returns to the interview and asks Hyun-soo how old he is, to which he replies, 23. When asked about his work and his girlfriend, Hyun-soo says that he puts his all into the game and laughs it off. Viewers continue to send donations and messages, supporting Hyun-soo and joking about his wealth. A certain villain with a malicious grin suggests asking a couple of questions to the blacksmith himself. Hyun-soo pretends to listen to a message on his earpiece and relays that the blacksmith is hiding his age. The chat starts to laugh, assuming that the blacksmith is an old man, about 1.5 meters tall with a cap. Hyun-soo reflects that if he continues to hide everything so persistently, the image of the mysterious blacksmith will be destroyed. He makes a decision and thinks that he wants to introduce himself to the world through his works. The host looks puzzled, and Hyun-soo says with a smile that he conveyed the blacksmith's words. The presenter agrees that this sounds good and announces the prepared content for showcasing the work. He points to the big screen, announcing the perfect collaboration between tournament winner Hyun-soo and blacksmith Hyun. The host announces the time dungeon mission, which requires the blacksmith Hyun to create 3 artifacts in 10 days. Viewers in the chat are saying it's brutal, as even top blacksmiths can barely cope, and the host is delighted with the awesome content. Blacksmith Ro Woon makes a donation and offers a reward of millions of won if Hyun creates rare, epic, or unique items. Ro Woon adds a condition that if he fails, Hyun will have to reveal all the information about the sword made for the King of Swords. The host is delighted with the crazy content, and Ro Woon is on his computer thinking that he will see what Hyun is capable of. Hyun-soo touches his earpiece again and with a confident smile, declares that the blacksmith accepts the challenge. A blonde girl reads the news about the challenge on her tablet and notes that since Hyun-soo's appearance, everyone is talking about nothing but him. She comes up behind Hyun-soo and asks him what it's like to be famous, then puts her hand on his shoulder. The girl leans towards him and asks what amazing thing he plans to create, but he replies that he is still thinking about it. Hyun-soo looks at the sword and shield he created and decides that since Ro Woon raised the stakes, the artifacts must be better than just rare. Hyun-soo states that he wants to show off his unique rank and promote himself well. The girl thinks the community is considering this a full-fledged battle between Hyun and Ro Woon. She says it has turned into a rivalry, and if he completes the mission, Blacksmith Hyun's fame will skyrocket. She warns that the Black Anvil will likely try to recruit him, and he asks what will happen if he fails. The girl explains that then the value of the Blacksmith Hyun will fall and his special ability will disappear. Hyun-soo is determined to succeed no matter what it takes. He thanks her with a smile, saying that she has really encouraged him. She replies that it's no problem, but he stops her by placing his hand on her shoulder. The girl says that she will focus on creating artifacts and, promising to see each other next time, leaves. 10 days later, a huge horde of goblins and orcs is shown inside the dungeon. In the broadcast studio, the director is panicking and shouting that they have over 80,000 viewers and begging for the content to take off. Hyun-soo appears in the dungeon wearing archer armor, and the system window announces the start of the broadcast. He looks around from the ledge and notes that the first stage is easy, as there are about 40 monsters below. A mission window appears telling you to break a red rock on a hill 400 meters away, breaking through the monsters. The broadcast host explains that the record for completing the course belongs to Pro U, is 1 minute 23 seconds, and has not yet been broken. He announces that there will be a prize of 10 million won for setting a new record. Hyun-soo thinks about the 10 million won as the countdown to the start begins. The sign START appears and Hyun-soo stands at the ready with a bow in his hands. He tells the audience that the artifact he will show today is not a bow and arrow. He shows off the glove, and viewers in the chat joke about whether he will crush monsters with it. Hyun-soo draws his bowstring, preparing to shoot. His glove begins to glow, and messages appear about his strength increasing by 111 and his attack range increasing significantly. It releases a powerful energy blast that destroys monsters, and the system reports an increase in destructive power. The projectile hits the red rock and breaks it, after which a congratulatory message appears on setting a new time record. The system announces his new record, 41 seconds, and the host congratulates him on winning 10 million won. Hyun-soo thanks him for the prize money, but adds with a grin that the reward he will receive will be 20 million won. The host is shocked, and at this time, Ro-woon and his people are watching the broadcast, and one of them reminds him of their argument. Hyun-soo shows off his glove and says it is ranked unique. Ro-woon asks him to retrieve information about the artifact, and Hyun-soo agrees. A window appears with detailed specifications for Hyun's unique custom glove. Hyun-soo asks if this is a unique rank, and Ro-woon immediately gives him a 10 million won donation. He loudly thanks Ro-woon for the huge donation, and viewers in the chat write that his eyes lit up. Hyun-soo approaches Ro-woon and says that blacksmith Hyun has made an interesting proposal. He says he's selling the artifact at auction right now. Ro-woon, watching the broadcast, tells his men to stay tuned, and the auction is announced with a starting price of 10,000 gold. Hyun-soo is surprised by the silence, but then his female acquaintance makes the first bet of 10,000 gold. The rates begin to rise rapidly, reaching 15, 22, and 30,000. Hyun-soo happily thanks the auction participants. He calls it a great catch and asks to send bids in a private message to Hyun's forge. The host announces that the second stage is finally beginning and the auction continues. The character is wondering about the next artifact, when suddenly a level 121 Cyclops appears. The hero, dressed in black and green, quickly rushes to attack the monster. He delivers a powerful punch straight into the giant Cyclops. With a sword in his hand, the hero looks determined, and viewers in the chat express their utter surprise. A powerful purple slash cuts the Cyclops in half, spraying blood everywhere. Spectators in the chat are amazed that the Cyclops was defeated in one blow and speculate about the weapon's strength. The protagonist Hyun-soo looks up at the sky and says that the second item left him a little disappointed. He impatiently demands to see the next item, while viewers in the chat discuss his secret preparation. Two men are watching the broadcast on a computer, and one of them grins and asks Hyun-soo to show him the next item. The stats of a regular sword with low stats appear on the screen, and the audience is shocked by the huge difference with the first artifact. Hyun-soo chuckled as he spoke about the disappointing rank, musing that he hadn't known about the 2-level rank reduction when emergency crafting. The man in the office leans back in his chair, deciding that blacksmith Hyun's success was just luck. He agrees with his interlocutor, but thinks to himself that it is still worth hiring this blacksmith. The man looks at the image of a sword on the monitor and thinks about what bonus to offer. He speaks on the phone, ordering an offer of 2 billion and calling it a done deal. After hanging up, he wonders if this is too much money. He decides it's better to hire an experienced blacksmith and not worry. Suddenly something alarms him and he leans towards the screen with the words, "Wait a minute." The host, with 2 thumbs up, excitedly announces that champion Hyun-soo has flawlessly passed the second stage. The presenter crosses his arms over his chest and warns that the last stage will not be easy. He states that there will be a ton of bosses there, and behind him in the darkness, countless red eyes light up. The host explains the task. Hyun-soo must reach the hill with the flag, but the monsters will not stand still. He specifies that you need to reach the flag without getting kicked out of the game. The host suggests that viewers might ask if this is the final stage, and Hyun-soo thinks that he himself was already getting ready to go out. The presenter introduces the monster of this stage, a level 138 werewolf. He says that the werewolf's hide is so thick that the chance of success is less than 20%. The host mentions that even the fastest record holder barely made it through this stage and wishes Hyun-soo good luck. Hyun-soo stands alone, deciding that there is nothing he can do about the weapon. He decides to focus on the final step while viewers in the chat rush him and discuss the chicken he ordered. Hyun-soo declares that he is not going to run from monsters, causing confusion in the chat. He says that with this weapon he can, and blue energy concentrates in his hand. The hero confidently declares that he will kill them all. Hyun-soo draws the bowstring and a shining golden arrow appears on it. The arrow hits the werewolf right in the eye and he roars in pain. After the arrow hits, there is a powerful explosion, and Hyun-soo says that this time everything is right. Spectators in the chat are shocked by the arrow's effect and demand to see its stats immediately. Hyun-soo, holding a bow in his hands, says that he will allow himself to introduce a third item. He says this bow is inspired by the myths of Jeju Island. An ancient drawing shows how a great king shot down the sun and the moon with this bow. Hyun-soo solemnly announces the name of this item, the Cheong Yelin bow. When Hyun was little, his father told him a legend about Jeju Island. Long ago, in the world of the living, there were 2 suns and 2 moons, which brought chaos. The king of the living world asked for help from his brother, the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld used a bow weighing 1,000 gains to shoot down the extra luminaries. Little Hyun was most interested in the bow itself in this story, and he asked his father to make one like it. Now, using his knowledge, he thinks he can create a real bow weighing 1,000 gains. Instead of creating a heavy bow, he came up with a way to increase the weight of an enemy hit by an arrow. He decides to try and picks up ebony, a material for imbuing objects with abilities. The system announces that he is creating a new type of bow, the 1,000 gin. In the forest, he strings his new bow, preparing for battle. One by one, he successfully kills 10 werewolves. The observer in the white suit is amazed at how easily Hyun deals with the werewolves. He's dealt with the werewolves, but he feels something is wrong. The ominous atmosphere in the forest becomes increasingly oppressive. He takes aim confidently, intending to end the new threat with one shot. Suddenly, a huge growling wolf appears in front of him. His body reacts to the roar of a powerful predator. The instinct of self-preservation is triggered. The monster turns out to be a level 178 Fenrir fragment, for which a reward is promised. The observer screams in panic because Fenrir is a legendary monster. Out of fear, his movements slow down and the monster attacks him with Blood Claw. He is injured and the system reports a bleeding effect. His stats are lowered due to fear and bleeding, and he lacks strength. To compensate for his lack of strength, he uses items, increasing his strength by 111. Fenrir attacks again, using Claws of Destruction. The observer cannot believe his eyes because Hyun should have died from such an attack. Hyun jumps to dodge the attack and aims straight for the monster's mouth. His arrow hits its target, causing Fenrir to roar in pain. But that's not the end, because he's about to use the true power of his bow. The affected area gains a weight of 1,000 gains, restricting the monster's movements. He stands victoriously on the head of the defeated Fenrir. The observer is shocked. He does not understand what kind of incredible battle it was and what kind of all-powerful bow this was. He receives messages from viewers. Even the #1 archer offers to buy this bow for 500,000. Hyun apologizes to everyone and sends a message. He announces that he will never sell his bow, despite the entreaties of the audience. The broadcast host apologizes again and confirms that Hyun has firmly decided not to sell the onions. But instead of selling, he announces that he will accept one order to create weapons only for archers. He offers to hold a sort of auction among the archers, sending bids to his forge. After the broadcast, he returns to his rented forge. He is pleased with the results, as the effect of the broadcast was amazing. On top of that, he received legendary rank materials and a wealth of experience. Upon reaching level 100, the hero receives a system message informing him that he can now found a guild. He remembers his comrades and the man he promised to take in, rejoicing that he can now be with them. The system prompts him to enter a guild name, and he ponders which name to choose. He decides to choose a name with the meaning of a bright future, and the system confirms the choice of the name Kwanmin. The system declares him the guild leader and grants him the title of Lord's Grace. His chibi friends like the name and the hero proudly adjusts his cape. A girl named Belle immediately declares that since the guild has been created, she will begin searching for a base. Belle asks Hyun-soo about his future plans, and he replies that he plans to keep his promise to Barad. She asks what promise he's talking about, and Hyun-soo remembers Barad's words to find him after the guild was created. To keep this promise, the hero announces that he is going to the kingdom of Goyard. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the king's advisors object to how he could grant land to a stranger. King Barad, surrounded by wolves, replies that he knows about this, and to obtain the land, one must perform worthy deeds. He pets the wolf and asks if the advisors really think he makes such decisions frivolously. In the real world, Hyun-soo answers the phone in a hoodie. A TV studio employee calls him and thanks him for the excellent broadcast, hoping for further cooperation. The employee reports that the total amount of donations was 37 million won, of which 25 million will be transferred to him, as well as 10 million as a bonus. When the topic of sending money to the blacksmith Heng comes up, Hyun-soo offers to transfer the entire amount to his account so that he can split it himself. After finishing the call, Hyun-soo looks at his phone, surprised that the donations alone amounted to 25 million won. He sees a system notification that Han's designer glove was sold for 65,000 gold. After calculating all the income, he was shocked to realize that he had received about 100 million won. After receiving a message from Belle, he logs into the game and appears in the village square. Belle runs up to him, excitedly calling out his name, Hyun-soo. She excitedly tells him that he has become incredibly popular, and this is no joke. Belle lists that he was invited by the Black Anvil Guild, and his channel, Heng's Forge, has gained 400,000 subscribers and is ranked 49th among Korean forges. She apologizes for getting carried away and asks about his plans to go to the Goyard Kingdom. Belle asks if he has prepared everything, and Hyun-soo confidently replies that he has prepared thoroughly. He explains that he repaired the damaged equipment from the quest reward using his own method. Hyun-soo plans to show the equipment to Barad to build trust, and Belle approves of the idea. She excitedly says that this time he should also get a hidden quest. The hero thanks Belle for always looking out for him, which makes the girl embarrassed. He asks if he has something on his face, but Belle quickly denies it. She quickly changes the subject, saying that she is still looking for what they talked about, but so far without success. Hyun-soo asks her not to rush the search and thanks her for her help. In the kingdom of Goyard, an advisor asks Barad about his new hobby, wolves. Barad explains that it was a congratulatory gift from the last dungeon lord. Lord of the Kingdom of Goyard, Marquis Valo asks His Highness if the rumors about the land being given to a stranger are true. Barad asks why the Marquis is interested, and he carefully remarks that giving land to a simple novice blacksmith is excessive. The king reminds him that Hyun-soo saved his life and asks if the Marquis intends to continue to object. Suddenly the wolves become nervous and the guard reports Hyun-soo's arrival. Hyun-soo enters the hall in full armor, and Marquis Valo wonders in surprise if this is really the aura of a blacksmith. Hyun-soo, in armor, greets His Highness Barada and announces his return. Sitting at the table, Hyun-soo notes how much the atmosphere has changed in such a short time. Barad asks if these changes were due to Hyun-soo's new equipment. Hyun-soo confirms with a smile that His Highness is, as expected, very insightful. He explains that this is Fenrir's helmet and cloak, which grant the wolf's greatness. When Barad asks if he made them himself, Hyun-soo replies that he only repaired the equipment he received as a reward. Hyun-soo looks at the wolf at Barad's feet and concludes that the effect worked as intended. He then asks His Highness for what purpose he was summoned. Barad begins his story about a small territory in the west of the kingdom called Valas. He says that Valas, a thriving village of blacksmiths, is now in complete ruins. Many talented people were sent there, but their efforts to restore it were in vain. It all ended with people fleeing the village in panic. Barad says that after meeting Hyun-soo and examining his sword, he gained confidence. He directly states that Hyun-soo is the one who can solve Valas's problem. Hyun-soo, holding the decree, thoughtfully says that he has never had to rebuild cities before. He reminds His Highness that he has no such experience. However, since it is a city of blacksmiths, he thinks he can improve their lives. Hyun-soo resolutely accepts the task and promises to restore Valas. Later that night, 3 travelers, including Hyun-soo, arrive in the Valas territory. His companion notes that there are surprisingly many closed shops in the blacksmith's village. The second companion suggests that there is a serious problem here and suggests taking a look around. Hyun-soo agrees that the situation here is worse than he expected. One of them notices a light in the building and suggests checking what's there. The group enters the house and asks if there is anyone inside. The girl sees a web and hopefully assumes that someone does live here. Hyun-soo apologizes for the intrusion and calls out loudly for the owners again. They look around the room and notice a door ajar at the far end of the room. An emaciated old man with a lantern appears from behind the door and fearfully asks who they are. He demands an answer to who they are and why they broke in here. Hyun-soo explains that they have come on the orders of His Highness Barad to inspect the village. The old man asks with relief whether they are from the Edril Merchants Guild. To confirm his words, Hyun-soo unfolds and shows the decree with the seal. He leaves the scroll on the floor, inviting the old man to examine it. The old man approaches, recognizes His Highness's seal and mutters that he hasn't seen strangers for a long time. He comes out to them and introduces himself as Para Hao, the former personal blacksmith of my lady. Hyun-soo asks why all the forges are closed, and Para replies that it all started a year ago with the arrival of the Edrol Guild. Hyun-soo's companion asks if this is the guild they have already heard about. Para says it's a long story and asks him to listen. He says that the Edrol Guild, having heard about the blacksmiths, came with gifts and offered a deal. Milady wanted to glorify the weapons of local craftsmen, so she happily agreed. Thus, the Edrol Guild infiltrated the village to seize the skills of the local blacksmiths. One day at dinner, the head of the guild suddenly proposed a bet to my lady. This proposal was naively taken as a joke, but the result was catastrophic. Having lost the bet, Milady lost all her power, and the tyranny of the Edrol Guild began in the village. Many blacksmiths, not wanting to obey, tried to escape, but those who failed to escape faced total slavery. The protagonist, listening to this story, clenches his fists and decides that he will not leave this injustice unanswered. He turns to the old man and asks if he also worked for the guild. The old man sadly replies that he did not work for them, but is just a fugitive. On the day my lady lost the bet, she sent him away with special instructions. He was trusted to take revenge, because if Milady entrusted it to him, it meant he had enough skill. Although he has a bad character, his talent as a blacksmith is undeniable. The old man sighs, realizing that he can't run forever, and that soon they will come for him too. He thanks the travelers for listening to him and advises them to leave before they are drawn into his troubles. But the main character stops the old man, saying that he would like to help him. He explains that he is also a blacksmith and cannot turn a blind eye to such injustice. The old man appreciates his impulse, but before he can finish speaking, the door to the tavern is knocked down with a bang. A threatening-looking man appears in the doorway and says that the old man had been running for a long time. He smirks and declares that the fugitive will not go anywhere now, introducing himself as Bucks from the Edrol Guild. Bax puts his sword to the old man's throat and threatens that if he refuses, he will pay with his life. He notices the old man's companions and mockingly asks if he has formed a new gang for himself. Suddenly, the protagonist activates a glowing cube, and everything around him is transformed into a digital space. The old man recognizes this place as the Dream Forge, where equipment can be created at incredible speed. The hero's companions are shocked. They understand that this is not a fair bet, but a direct threat. System windows appear, showing that the difference in levels between Para and Bucks is colossal. Bucks offers a deal under which the old man will spare his life if he wins, but will still be enslaved. A scroll appears with the conditions of the test, asking the old man to state his demands as there is no turning back. The old man demands that if he wins, he cancel the bet with Milady, free all the blacksmiths, and cancel their debt. Bucks shouts in rage about how much effort he spent searching and orders the old man to immediately take up the hammer. The old man accepts a challenge, according to which the one who forges the best sword will win. The protagonist stops him for a moment to thank him, even though they had only known each other for a short time. The old man swings his hammer with determination, intending to forge the best sword of his life. He hits the hot metal with force and sparks fly. As an experienced blacksmith, he knows in his gut that his opponent's sword will be something incredible. Bucks raises his shining blade, a true masterpiece, and the old man realizes that this is a complete rout. He despairs at the thought that he will soon be gone, and that these lands will be lost along with him. At this moment, the ghostly silhouette of the protagonist appears and shouts to the old man to pull himself together and think only about the blade. He continues to give instructions, shouting that the temperature is dropping and to watch the color of the flame. The protagonist insists that the old man raise the temperature because he still has a chance. At this point, the protagonist receives a system notification that he has acquired the teachings of the blacksmith mentor. In the control room, a man bangs on the console in despair, lamenting that he put so much effort into Bax, only to have him run into Yun-Soo. He jumps up and shouts that Bucks can't be a walk-on character because he is the 11th legend of the new continent. The man explains with annoyance that he planned to make him a new villain, as he would be bored if all the legends were good guys. Another employee with long hair comes up and thoughtfully asks if it will come back to haunt them that Bax got into a fight with Hyun-Soo. He comes to the conclusion that they cannot intervene directly anyway, so all that remains is to observe. At this time, Hyun-Soo sees a system message about receiving instructions from the master blacksmith. Old blacksmith Para shouts at him to concentrate and not to relax. Para advises that it is better to temper in oil rather than water, and that when sharpening a blade, one must apply uniform pressure. Bax and Para simultaneously strike their workpieces with hammers. Hyun-soo notes that they finished almost at the same time, and a touched Para says that everything is ready. A system notification appears stating that Para has created an artifact close to the legendary one. Observers are amazed to hear that this artifact is almost legendary and is the dream of any swordsman. One of the knights thought that it was impossible to defeat such an opponent with just one level. But thanks to Hyun-soo's instructions, the old man surpassed himself. A notification appears that they have surpassed the blacksmith expert Per, and Bucks is shocked and can't believe it. Para, with tears in his eyes, cannot believe that he was able to create such a sword before his death. A message appears above the angry Bucks, telling him that he has failed the test. The system announces that all blacksmiths in the territory of Valas are granted freedom. The contract is terminated, and the development of the territory has increased by 10%, while Bucks looks at his former subordinates. Bax throws down his sword and admits defeat, but immediately accuses the stranger of interfering with the sacred test. He suddenly rushes at Hyun-soo with a sword, shouting that he challenges him to a duel. A system window appears in front of Hyun-soo with a message about the start of the test. Hyun-soo looks at the notification in surprise and wonders if he will be participating too. In the control room, a man shouts at Bax not to do it, and his colleague states that Bax did drag Hyun-soo into the test. The long-haired staff member asks if Hyun-soo has a chance against Bax given his low level. Another man objects that this is out of the question, since Hyun-soo is the god of blacksmithing. The girl concludes that judging by Hyun-soo's past actions, Bax has zero chance, and they can just watch. The staff watches the screen, and one of them says that Hyun-soo is not a person who can be judged only by level numbers. Hyun-soo realizes that the problem was with the artifact itself and makes a condition to Bax that if he fails the test, he will cut off his hand. Hyun-soo says that Bax forced people to obey. He states that such bastards should not exist at all, and his condition is the enemy's sword. Bucks agrees and announces that this will be a test of forging speed. He explains that the product needs to be created in just a few dozen seconds, and smugly adds that he has never met a blacksmith like him. Bax shouts that they're starting right now, and both blacksmiths burst into energy. He thinks that this stranger is at most a mid-level blacksmith who only has a talent for teaching. Bucks is confidently forging, believing that victory is in his pocket and that he will achieve at least a unique rank. Suddenly, he sees a bright flash and screams in shock that this can't be happening. Hyun-soo holds a shining sword in his hands, and the system announces the creation of a legendary rank sword. Bax is stunned, as his sword is only unique rank, and he can't believe his opponent finished early. A system message appears stating that Bucks has failed the challenge, and the right to own the created sword has been transferred. Hyun-soo says that without this sword, Bax will no longer be able to bully people, to which he shouts back that it is his sword. Hyun-soo tells the defeated Bax that he is simply paying for everything he has done, to which Bax whispers that this is impossible. Holding a sword to Bax's throat, Hyun-soo orders him to state his crimes out loud. Bax admits that he collected a 70% tax from the blacksmiths, but Hyun-soo coldly asks what else. The villain continues that he turned those who could not pay into slaves. Hyun-soo reminds him that Bax even threw Milady into prison, and he justifies himself by saying that it was for the guild's profit. Suddenly, an elderly blacksmith shouts that the Lord's imprisonment and the exploitation of the blacksmiths were unjust. Hyun-soo, with icy calm, asks Bax where he hid everything he squeezed out of people. The defeated man replies that everything is in the basement of the guild building, and Hyun-soo asks if that's all. Bax assures that this is enough, and having told everything, asks for mercy. Suddenly, Bax grabs his sword and rushes into the attack with a cry, not wanting to give up so easily. Hyun-soo activates his Raging Tide Blade skill, causing his sword to glow with blue energy. He easily disarms Bucks and delivers a powerful punch to his face. Bucks flies to the floor with a scream, and the old blacksmith watches in horror. Hyun-soo grabs Bax by the collar, saying that this is just the tip of the iceberg, but he won't be the one to judge him. Approaching the old blacksmith, Hyun-soo says that this man will not harm anyone again. He delegates the right to punish the villain to the old man's discretion. The elderly blacksmith asks in surprise if he really has to pass judgment. Hyun-soo suggests handing over the right of punishment to Milady, and at that moment her image appears. Bound and gagged, Bucks tries to scream out who they are to decide his fate. Hyun-soo asks the old man where Milady is now, and he replies that she is imprisoned in the castle. Then Hyun-soo asks to bring her here, leaving Bax's punishment to their discretion. The old man, with tears in his eyes, warmly thanks him and shakes his hand. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, The white-haired girl hears footsteps and is surprised because no one should have come here. The cell door opens and the old man calls out to his lady, who looks at him in shock. She asks how he got here and asks him to run away, but the old man calms her down by opening the shackles. Having freed her, the old man says that she can now leave this place and asks her to go with him. Coming out of the cell, Milady asks what is happening, and the old man with the torch asks her not to be afraid. He explains that the stranger saved their lands by defeating the villain Bax. The girl can't believe it, but the old man assures her that he is telling the truth and that she only needs to severely punish Bucks. He adds that all this was done by one true blacksmith, which plunges Milady into even greater bewilderment. The old man begs Milady to trust him, promising that she will understand everything once she sees it with her own eyes. Approaching the building, the old man invites Milady, now dressed in a hooded cloak, to come inside. Looking inside, the girl freezes in amazement at what she sees. She removes her hood and introduces herself as Bellin, Lord of the Ballast Lands. Seeing Bax tied up, Bellin asks Hyun-soo if he really defeated him, and he confirms, handing over to her the right to punish the villain. Bellin says that since they need to talk, Bucks's blindfold should be removed. As soon as the gag is removed, Bucks starts screaming about what kind of madness is going on here. Bellin tells him that she trusted him and could tolerate the deception, to which Bax only laughs, calling her a fool. She sternly states that touching people on her land is unforgivable. As the lord of this territory, Bellin gives an order to Pere, and the old man replies that he obeys. Bellin orders the confiscation of all illegally appropriated property and the release of the oppressed blacksmiths. The tied-up Buck screams that they are his property and his slaves, but the guard tells him to be quiet. Bellin tells Bax that he will lock him in an underground dungeon forever so that he will no longer harm the innocent. Buck screams in despair that this can't be, but the guard throws him over his shoulder and says that's enough. The guard explains that he will take Bucks to the castle, otherwise he will continue to talk nonsense, to which the prisoner only swears. As he is carried away, Bucks continues to scream that this is ridiculous and how dare they do this to him. Hyun-soo turns to Bellin and offers to explain the situation in detail. Bellin suddenly stands up and answers Hyun-soo's surprised question with great gratitude. She begins to cry, blaming herself for her lack of skills and wisdom to protect her territory. Para consoles her, saying that it is not her fault, but the fault of the one who came with evil intent. Hyun-soo covers their hands with hers and assures Bellin that she did everything she could for her people. Bellin is embarrassed that she showed a shameful side, but Hyun-soo says that he understands everything and offers to get to know her. He introduces himself as the blacksmith Hyun-soo and his companion as the blacksmith Bell. Bellin and Para bow deeply, thanking them for saving the territory, and Hyun-soo sheepishly replies that they were only doing what they had to. Bellin blushes and apologizes for misunderstanding him. She admits that she didn't believe Perret when he said that a stranger would help them. Since childhood, she had heard that foreigners were selfish and only trying to use their people. But today made her realize that there are good foreigners like him. Sitting at the table, Bellin once again sincerely thanks them for protecting her territory. Hyun-soo replies that although he came at Barada's request, he is very glad that he came. He is glad because they were able to save the two of them and the suffering blacksmiths too. Bellin stands up and offers half of what Bax confiscated as a reward, but Hyun-soo refuses. He says seeing the area restored to its former glory is more than enough for him. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of Hyun-soo, informing him that the unique title Lord's Grace has been activated. In another reality, a girl with glasses informs the leader about the system window and asks if it is the blacksmith Para. The leader replies that this is out of the question, since Para cannot become a vassal. He recalls how the miner Vanya became Hyun-soo's vassal, but emphasizes that Para's situation is different. The girl guesses what the difference is and understands that Para is already my lady's vassal. The leader explains that having sworn allegiance to one master, to defect to another is a grave crime. His assistant objects that Milady is in the same position and can hardly swear allegiance herself. The leader says that this is not impossible because the empire is split and power is divided. The girl is shocked to realize that this means that Milady will swear allegiance to Hyun-soo. At this moment, Bellin kneels before Hyun-soo and says that he wants to swear allegiance to his savior. Hyun-soo is stunned, as he thought that the skill was activated by Para, not Milady herself. He also drops to one knee and asks why all this is happening so suddenly. Bellin replies that she felt how sincerely he wanted to help her people. Hyun-soo asks her to stand up, but she takes his hand and says that she is confident in his future rise. So she made her decision and will be by his side, Mr. Hyun-soo. In a glow of golden light, Bellin vows that she wants to grow with him. Belle hugs the frozen Hyun-soo from behind and whispers to him to agree quickly. A surprised Hyun-soo agrees, saying that he is counting on them. Belle thanks him and asks what he plans to do next. Hyun-soo replies that he is going to train the local blacksmiths since he is a blacksmith himself. He adds with a smile that this is also necessary to fulfill Barad's mission. Belle, with tears in her eyes, thanks him profusely, but he waves her off, saying it's nothing. The old man congratulates Mrs. Belle, who is delighted at the arrival of a new vassal. Hyun-soo reflects that with the help of Milady, he will develop the village and complete the task. His true thoughts are that my lady is now his vassal and will pay him taxes. He smiles ominously, looking forward to raising the skills of blacksmiths and earning a ton of money. Belle and her companion hear him muttering and suspiciously ask what he said. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths in the workshop are puzzled as to why they were assembled. Hyun-soo stands in front of them and says that it seems like everyone is here. He introduces himself as Hyun-soo and announces that from this day on, he will be teaching them. The blacksmiths whispered indignantly, not believing that some kid would teach them. One of them is skeptical about what the stranger can teach them. Hyun-soo confidently declares that he will first show them how to work. The blacksmiths continue to doubt, believing that he is just a boy and that they are wasting their time. They still decide to see what he is capable of since they have come. After some time, one of the blacksmiths asks in surprise how many hours have passed. Others are amazed that he keeps forging without stopping, and do not understand how he is not tired yet. Finally, Hyun-soo finishes the work and a notification appears that an epic rank sword has been created. One of the blacksmiths reverently asks permission to touch the sword, and Hyun-soo allows it. Amazed by the skill, the blacksmith asks to tell how he did it. Hyun-soo begins to explain that it's important not just to shape it, but to hit it many times at the right angle. He continues the lesson by saying that if you cut corners during the forging stage after heating, the sword will quickly break. One of the blacksmiths, who had previously been hostile, apologizes for his words and asks to ask a question. 2 weeks pass. When Hyun-soo announces the end of the training, the exhausted blacksmiths fall to the floor and scream with joy. Hyun-soo asks with a frightening smile if they enjoyed learning, and the blacksmith quickly agrees. All the blacksmiths bow to him in gratitude, admitting that they have learned more in 2 weeks than in their entire lives. A system message appears that the 32 blacksmiths of the Ballast territory will never forget him. Hyun-soo tells them that they all did a great job. He extends his hand and says that now it is time to bring back those blacksmiths who left. Shaking hands with the master, he instructs them to sell new weapons and take orders to prove their new skills. A streamer named Helly enters the forge and looks in shock at the weapons on sale. He picks up the sword and is amazed to discover that even the basic blades here are of rare rank. The streamer excitedly asks the blacksmith how much this sword costs. Hearing the price of 50 gold coins, he shouts that it's just pennies. He doesn't understand why such a sword is being sold for next to nothing, but the blacksmith replies that for them it is now an ordinary product. The blacksmith explains with a laugh that all this is thanks to the gentleman who taught them. The blacksmith says that he cannot name the man because it would be impolite without his permission. Hearing this, the streamer is shocked and wonders who this mysterious person is. He decides that the blacksmith is just bragging and is going to go look at other places. Suddenly, he notices an epic sword for sale and can't believe his eyes. The streamer realizes this is madness and decides to immediately tell his subscribers so his views can skyrocket. He starts a live broadcast, introduces himself as streamer Helm, and says that he is in Ballast territory. Helm excitedly shouts into the camera that he has found something incredible, and everyone simply must visit here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man wakes up and stretches, complaining that he still feels broken. He remembers that he needs to meet Chi-hoon and looks at the time on his phone. Helm calls him and immediately shouts into the phone whether he has seen what is going on the forums. The guy, perplexed, replies that no and asks what happened. A woman on the phone tells him that a famous streamer has come to the Ballast lands and praised the local artifacts. She explains that one stream went viral, and now people are flocking to Ballast in droves. The boy is surprised to learn that even blacksmiths who left these lands return back. He understands that if it gets this hot, the percentage of quest completion will skyrocket, and he smiles maliciously. Later, he meets a friend at a restaurant and tells him that Friday night is made for brisket and soju. His friend Kim Chi-hoon eats the meat with pleasure and exclaims that it is very tasty. The guy asks Chi-hoon how he's doing at work and how he's doing in the Aries game. Chihun, with his mouth full, scolds him for being rude and then says that everything is as usual at work. He adds that Aries has rolled out an update for his class, so he'll have to sweat it out. A friend asks if Chihun has joined the guild, to which he replies negatively. Then the guy in the hood invites Chihun to join his guild. Chihun says the guild sounds good, but he needs to think about it because he's a valuable asset. His friend is indignant, saying that he did not refuse but simply postponed the decision. After the meeting, the guy comes to the hospital room to see his father, who is unconscious. He sits down by the bed and tells his father that everything will be fine for them now. He mentally lists that he has friends, comrades, and an adult mentor he can rely on. Holding his father's hand, he says that when something good happens to him, it is good for both of them. He says goodbye, promising to come tomorrow, and quietly leaves the room. The next day, the action moves to the throne room of the Kingdom of Goyard. A young man dressed in armor kneels before the king and reports his return. The king tells him to stand up and asks if Hyun-soo has completed his task. Hyun-soo, with a confident smile, replies that, of course, he did. The king says he heard someone named Bax was abusing his power in the Ballast Lands, and Hyun-soo banished him. He then asks how much the area has developed in the end. Hyun-soo says with a grin that the territory has developed by more than 150%. The king jumps up from his throne in amazement, asking again about 150%. Hyun-soo explains that he threw Bax into prison and then passed on his knowledge and skills to the local blacksmiths. This attracted new people to Ballas, and the level of development of the territory increased significantly. The pleased king grants Hyun-soo 1.5 million gold as a reward. Hyun-soo thanks the king for 1.5 million gold and clenches his fist in joy. The king admits that Hyun-soo has exceeded all his expectations, achieving more than he had hoped for. Therefore, the king decides to grant Hyun-soo another special reward. Hyun-soo asks in amazement if he will really receive a special reward. The king confirms this and gives permission to open his own forge in the kingdom. The system windows inform him that he can obtain a forge from Barad and settle in the territory. The king explains that this is a reasonable reward, since Hyun-soo has made a huge contribution to the development of the land. Noticing his silence, the king asks if these lands seem too small to him. Hyun-soo replies that it is not about that, because he wants the Ballast lands to prosper. He muses that if word gets around about the blacksmith Hyun, people will flock to Ballast just for his forge. The king notes that Hyun-soo is forward-looking and sees in him the makings of a true ruler. The king offers Hyun-soo to choose any land he wishes, and the young man thanks him. The king asks about his future plans, and Hyun-soo replies that he will first visit Milady, to whom he gave his word. The king says he will contact him if there is an order, and Hyun-soo confirms that he understands. The king watches him go, thinking that this is a test that will show whether Hyun-soo can become a true ruler. A few days later, Hyun-soo arrives in the lands of Freya. He is met by a girl named Nell, and they exchange greetings. Hyun-soo immediately asks why such an urgent meeting was needed here. Nell excitedly announces that this place will be the base of their guild. She explains that the Freya lands are located near the capital. There is a large flow of players, and it is an excellent place for a base. Hyun-soo agrees that it sounds good and looks forward to the future of his team. Hyun-soo then says that he also has news and he wanted to talk to Nell. Hearing his story, Nell exclaims in shock that he was really offered a noble title. Hyun-soo confirms this, and Nell thinks that such an offer to a common man is unheard of. Hyun-soo asks with a slight grin if this is the first time something like this has happened. He remembers how Milady asked him to become a nobleman. In that conversation, he did not understand her and asked in surprise what she was talking about. Milady explained that although she was a lord, she lacked many things. She says that she watched him and realized that this is exactly the kind of person who should rule the lands. Therefore, she asks him to receive the title and return, adding that she rules small lands and has not sworn allegiance to anyone. She promises that over time she will transfer part of the rights to own the territory to him in order to help him rise. At that moment, a hidden mission window appeared in front of him, requiring him to become a nobleman and justify the Lord's trust. Hyun-soo clenches his fist and agrees, promising to obey his lady. Returning to the present, he realizes that she wants to help him lay the foundation for further growth. Nell suggests that the Lord of Ballast saw his potential and gave him a hint beforehand. A scroll on the table catches his attention and he asks Nell what it is. Nell smiles and says that the scroll contains information about the blacksmith Hyun's first official client. Hyun-soo reads that his client is the Dragon Knight Russell, who is ranked 21st in the country. Nell adds that the artifact he needs is quite unusual and will not be easy to make. However, according to her, if successful, the fame of the blacksmith Hyun will skyrocket. Hyun-soo asks Nell what kind of artifact their new client needs. She replies that he ordered an artifact that contains a real dragon. Hyun-soo, amazed, asks again if they are really talking about an artifact with a dragon. At the same time, the head of the Black Anvil Guild, named Rovun, declares that this is impossible. The hooded man sitting opposite him asks him why he thinks so. Rovun explains that no one in Ares has ever seen live dragons. He wonders where the artifact with the dragon's soul could come from then. The customer insists that Black Anvil is the best guild, capable of creating anything. Rovun cuts him off abruptly, saying that they can only forge what is physically possible. He pushes the bag of money away, claiming that the impossible will not become possible. The customer gets up from the table and says that he understands everything. Stepping outside, he sighs in disappointment as even the Black Anvil refused him. He remembers Hyun's forge, which usually doesn't respond to inquiries, and looks at the sent message. Deciding to try again, he is surprised to see that he has received a reply from Hyun's forge. Arriving at the place, he knocks on the door and asks if anyone is home, after which he hears an invitation to come in. Upon entering, the customer notes that the voice is too young and hears a request to stop. He cannot make out his interlocutor's face in the darkness and asks if he is the blacksmith's assistant. A young man comes into the light and introduces himself as the blacksmith Hyun. The hooded customer is amazed, because the blacksmith turned out to be much younger than he expected. He explains that he came in person to clarify a few things before placing the order. He directly asks Hyun if he can really create a dragon thing. Hyun confidently replies that he can, but first he needs to make a deposit. The customer hesitates, remembering how even Black Anvil called it impossible. He admits that his father is seriously ill, and that is why he is in a great hurry. He came here clutching at the last straw because his father really wants to see the dragon. The client calls Hyun his last hope and asks him to first prove that it is possible. Hyun understands everything, agrees, and activates the divine emergency creation skill. A huge dragon head appears in front of the stunned customer. Hyun asks if he is convinced of his capabilities and suggests moving on to a serious conversation. The action moves back a few hours to the office where Hyun-soo and Nell are sitting. Hyun-soo studies the documents and asks why the client needed an item with a dragon on it. Nell suggests that he look at the first request from Mr. Russell first. Hyun-soo finds it strange that the order doesn't specify any properties, only a dragon. Nell reports that after the first request, Mr. Russell sent them hundreds more of the same letters. In addition, he contacted almost all the guild leaders asking them to show him the dragon. Hyun-soo concludes that for someone who simply wants to see a dragon, he seems too desperate. Nell says they actually have another option for ordering. She reminds him that Hyun-soo promised to only accept orders from archers and shows him an order from Yang, the #1 archer in the country. Hyun-soo remembers Yang, to whom he sold the glove, and notes that his order for the most powerful bow is much simpler. He nods understandingly, but with a sly grin declares that he wants to try something new. The woman says with a smile that she knew how Hyun-soo would answer. She promises to contact Mr. Russell and let him know that he is taking the order, and Hyun-soo thanks her. Hyun-soo ponders over the order, the item with the dragon, and decides to use that sword as a basis. In the flashback, another person says that this sword was made in a hurry and it will take 1 week to finish it. The customer specifies whether we are talking about 1 week of game time. Hyun-soo grabs his hand and says that he is in a hurry, so the price doesn't matter. The blacksmith replies that he will take payment after the work is finished, which surprises Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo confidently promises that he will do everything in his power. In the real world, Lee Tae-ha sits at his sick father's bedside and says that it hasn't been easy for him. He thinks to himself that there is very little time left. Tia hopes that her father can wait a little longer to see the dragon. The father, in a delirium, turns to Taesun, offering to go see the dragon. Tia kindly asks her father to go to bed because it is already late. Father continues to call Taesun, and Tae-ha sadly promises to come tomorrow. Leaving the room, he thinks that they haven't had such a conversation for a long time. His older brother Lee Tae-sung asks if he's still into this game. Lee Tae-ha's youngest heir asks his brother to please stay out of this. Tae-sung remembers how Tae-ha confidently declared that he could find the dragon in that game. Tae-ha claims they're almost there, but his brother replies that he says that every time. Tae-ha screams in despair that this time it's all true. Tae-sung says this is his last chance, and if he's lying, he should quit the game forever. Tae-ha declares that she will go first and leaves the office. the image of a dragon, which according to legend, the blacksmith Hyun was able to summon for a short time, appears in his thoughts. Taeha believes that if this is true, then he will definitely be able to fulfill his father's wish. The next day, the action moves to the National Museum. The hooded man wonders how many years have passed since he and his father restored this sword. The memory takes him back several years to when the National Museum asked him to restore the dragon sword. His father tried to restore the sword, but he failed, as long years of working as a blacksmith had crippled his hand. The son could not simply watch his father's despair, so he restored the dragon sword himself, listening to his father's advice. He did this to protect his father's title as a true master. He still remembers the moment when he and his father watched the admiring people at the display case with the sword. In the present, he understands that making it based only on memories is not enough. He tries to remember what he felt then. At the same time, Lee Tae-sung comes to the museum and remembers how, as a child, his father brought him here and showed him this sword. His father told him that this was the only sword that could withstand a dragon's blow. Tae-sung thinks that this is not the rusty dragon sword he saw as a child. He wonders why the sword looks like that, and a golden dragon is reflected in his eye. A museum employee explains that a single craftsman restored the sword several years ago as a hooded man walks past. A man in a suit intervenes in the conversation, remarking that the master must be an amazing person. A museum employee confirms this, but sadly reports that after a fire 3 years ago, the master fell into a coma. Seeing the face under the hood, she is shocked to recognize it as Hyun-soo, who greets her politely. The woman guesses that he came to look at the sword restored by his father, and Hyun-soo confirms this. Hyun-soo says goodbye and leaves, and the man in the suit watches him with a thoughtful look. Once in the forge, the man decides that he now knows what he needs to do. He recalls how his father always analyzed the meaning of cultural relics before restoring them. The man decides to follow his father's example and also start with analysis. In the chronicles of the Joseon dynasty, he finds a mention that Hemosu descended from heaven with this sword in his hands. The chronicles also indicate that another name for Hemosu is the Heavenly King. A sudden insight tells him that by sky he means the sun. He begins sketching with confidence, believing that he can now perfectly recreate the dragon sword. Suddenly, a system window appears with a message from Russell, who cancels the order and apologizes. He reads that the reason for the cancellation was the sharp deterioration of Russell's father's condition. Kuznets recalls how much Russell wanted to fulfill his father's wish. He looks thoughtfully at his drawings and wonders if there is anything he can do to help. He sends a message to Russell, introducing himself as the blacksmith Hyun and offering to talk. In the hospital room, the doctor tells Russell and his brother that they should prepare themselves. The doctor clarifies that their father is unlikely to survive tomorrow. The dying father whispers that his last wish is to see the dragon. Breathing hard, he clarifies that he wants to see the dragon soaring into the sky. Russell squeezes his father's hands and bitterly asks him to stop because dragons don't exist. The doctor intervenes and tells the caregiver that his words are having a negative effect on the patient. Hyun-soo suddenly appears at the door of the room and declares that he will enter Ari's right now. Russell looks at him in shock, not believing his ears, because he was told that this was impossible. A system message appears about entering Ares in the starting zone of Barden. Russell's father looks around, stunned, as Russell rushes across the square towards him. Russell runs up and shouts, calling the man father, but the man doesn't recognize him. Russell, with tears in his eyes, begs his father to give him a little more time. Passers-by in the square notice a group of instructors heading straight towards the old man. Hunting Center instructor Renson happily greets the old man, informing him that Hyun-soo has contacted him. Russell bows in gratitude, and the instructor motions for them to follow him. When his father asks where they're going, Russell replies that he will find out everything when he arrives. They are met by a man on horseback who introduces himself as the Lord of the Barden territory, named Vance. Lord Vance says he heard about them from Hyun-soo and urges them to mount their horse. Lord Vance urges his horse into a gallop, pulling them along with him. Russell's father admires how Hyun-soo makes him try new things, and Russell agrees. Russell ponders why the supporting characters are so kind and tries to figure out who Hyun-soo is. Suddenly, their journey is interrupted and Russell screams in horror as he sees something ahead. Meanwhile, in the control center, an employee notices something unusual on the monitor and attracts the team leader's attention. The control center staff sees the newbie zone lord open the area to a level 1 old man. The two observers are shocked because the lord personally accompanies the player, something they have never seen before. The operators can't believe their eyes and ask if what's happening is a system bug. The department head suddenly appeared and calmly declared that this was not a bug. He explains that all of these characters have their relationship with the user Hyun-soo maxed out. According to him, they are moving only because Hyun-soo asked them to. The employee is horrified to see Lord Bunce leave the newcomer's area, which seemed impossible. Her colleague confirms that according to the rules of the game, Lord Banz should not be able to leave his location. The manager smiles contentedly, because this is exactly the unpredictable development of events that he wanted. In the game world, Hyun-soo, along with a group of non-player characters, brings the world changed by users to reality. Suddenly, their path is blocked by a huge stone monster. One of the companions panics and says that they deliberately chose a path without monsters. Hyun-soo reassures them, promising to take them all the way to the border. But then another monster appears in front of them, armed with a huge club. The other NPCs shout for their allies to hold off all the monsters for Hyun-soo's sake. Warriors from the castle territory arrive to help. Their captain announces that they have come at the request of their benefactor and urges everyone to move faster. The companion thanks the warriors, and the whole group hurries on. The travelers finally reach the main gates of the Goyard Kingdom. The guide says he can only take them so far, and Russell thanks him for his help. A squad of knights, led by a red-haired commander, emerges from the gate. The commander approaches them, asking if they know his friend Hyun-soo. Russell is shocked because Sword King Barad personally calls Hyun-soo his friend. The white-haired knight takes them under her protection, and Russell tries to figure out how Hyun-soo arranged all this. On the way, the old man asks Russell where they are going now. Russell replies with a smile that they are going to meet the dragon. The night girl confirms that Mr. Hyun-soo is already waiting for them there. They arrive at the place where Hyun-soo greets Mr. Russell. Hyun-soo hands him the artifact, imbued with the power of the dragon, and says that everything is ready. Russell raises the shining sword high into the sky. A ghostly image of a huge, toothy dragon emerges from the sword. A majestic golden dragon materializes in the sky, hovering in a sphere of light. The entire group looks up in amazement, realizing that in front of them is a real dragon. An old man with tears in his eyes screams with happiness as he sees a dragon flying in the sky. Hyun-soo asks the old man why he wanted to see the dragon so much. Suddenly, Russell sees his brother in armor and, shocked, asks how he got here. Hyun-soo explains that his brother said he wanted to see the dragon with him. Russell's brother is touched, understanding why he was so desperate to find the dragons. A flashback shows the older brother showing the younger one a toy dragon as a child. Little Russell excitedly asks his father if dragons really exist. The older brother, Hyun-soo, tells little Taeha that dragons are very big and promises to show him a real one day. Russell tells his newborn brother Taehae that they will go see the dragon together. In the present, Russell, his brother, and their father look at the summoned golden dragon, admiring its beauty. The father says with relief that he was glad to see this miracle with his sons before leaving. A female guild member admires Hyun-soo, who actually managed to summon a dragon. Hyun-soo modestly corrects her, saying that Mr. Russell is the one who has achieved real success. He recounts how Russell told him that the moment he picked up the sword, system windows appeared. The girl asks what kind of windows appeared, but Hyun-soo replies that he didn't hear the details. He adds that Russell promised to explain everything properly after his father's funeral. The girl mentions that she heard about Hyun-soo refusing the blank check, and he confirms that Russell offered it again. She says that now he can write down any amount and asks curiously how much he will write down. The delighted girl suggests asking for an entire building as payment, since real estate is the best investment. That night, Russell receives a message from Hyun-soo and assumes it is about payment. After reading the message, Russell begins to laugh loudly and maliciously. The action moves back 2 days to a funeral parlor where two men stand before an altar. The elder brother turns to Taehyung, who is kneeling before the altar. He asks his younger brother what he plans to do next. Taeya answers hesitantly, and his brother reminds him of the words his father said that day. In the memory, the father wishes his sons to live happily and experience what money cannot buy. The older brother expresses confidence that Taeha will be able to find what their father spoke of. Placing his hand on Taehee's shoulder, he advises him to just do what he wants. Taeya looks at his brother in surprise, who tells him with a smile to become unsurpassed in his craft. The older brother leaves, promising to make Hansung the best, and Taeha watches him with determination. Back in the game world, Hyun-soo approaches the table where Russell and his companion are sitting. Russell stands up and asks if they remember what he said that day. He wants to show everything in person and opens 2 system windows with the unique classes of the Dragon Lord and the Dragon Knight. Hyun-soo and the girl are surprised to realize that both of the proposed classes have a unique rank. Russell explains that these 2 options appeared before him the moment he picked up the Dragonfire sword. Hyun-soo looks at Russell and asks if he has made a decision yet. Russell declares that he will follow the path of the Dragon Knight, and a bright glow envelops him. It is explained that the Dragon Lord rules over others, as shown in the image of a warrior with an army, and the Dragon Knight exists to protect, as illustrated by the monster battle scene. Russell says with a smile that he wants to protect everyone and grow with them. Hyun-soo shakes his hand, saying that he is counting on him, and welcomes Russell to the guild. A system notification appears about Russell joining the Kwangmyeong Guild, and he is surprised to learn that he has become the 3rd member. The girl cheerfully explains that they have a tank named Bark, whom they will introduce him to later. Russell offers Hyun-soo an additional reward, but he refuses, assuring that what he has received is more than enough. Suddenly, Russell remembers the man he encountered at the museum. After thinking about it, Hyun-soo agrees that perhaps they can see each other. Russell immediately suggests contacting this person, which surprises Hyun-soo. The action takes place at a construction site in Gyeongju, Gyeongsangbuk-do Province. Hyun-soo looks at the construction site, thinking that he hasn't paid for the forge yet. Someone calls Hyun-soo by name, and he is surprised to recognize the man who approaches as Taeha's older brother. The man introduces himself as Lee Tae-sung, the chairman of Hansung Company, and Hyun-soo is shocked to realize that it is the country's top conglomerate. An embarrassed Hyun-soo also introduces himself and says that it is nice to meet you. He is surprised that they met right in front of his future forge. Tae-sung insists that it's just a small thank you, but Hyun-soo modestly replies that he didn't do anything special. Tae-sung counters by reminding him that in the game, Hyun-soo created a sword with the power of a dragon for his family. In reality, he restored the real Dragon Flame sword, although Hyun-soo clarifies that his father did this. Tae-sung recalls that when he and his brother were children, they loved dragons. He recounts how he was overcome with emotion when they saw the rusty Dragonfire sword in the National Museum. And when he saw the sword they had perfectly restored, it made a huge impression on him. Tae-sung says he felt like he was back in that very moment from his childhood. He shakes Hyun-soo's hand, calling what he and his father did simply incredible. Tae-sung thanks them for preserving a piece of the past and laments that they found themselves in such a difficult situation. He states that he wants to fix this and asks to be allowed to help. Tae-sung calls this his way of paying back and handing over the envelope asks Hyun-soo not to stop. He wants Hyun-soo to continue his blacksmithing career. Suddenly, an announcement appears in the game about the special class Dragon Knight and the unboxing of an item created by Hyun. Hyun-soo's in-game avatar is surprised that Russell would appear on air and even unbox his product. Belle, one of the party members, excitedly says that since this broadcast, they will raise the rating of Hyun's forge. Hyun-soo is dissatisfied with the fact that no one cares about his opinion, and his party members are asking about the current rating of his forge. He checks the information and reports that his forge is ranked 48th. Belle notes that the first 3 spots are firmly occupied, and Hyun-soo wonders if he should also sell weapons wholesale. But Belle says it's just the opposite, as he rocketed to 48th place without selling much. This proves that his works themselves have a colossal influence. She is confident that the live broadcast of her new work will cause a real sensation. Russell confirms he will support him on this broadcast. Belle says he's counting on him, and Russell promises not to let him down. Belle asks what he's going to show, but Hyun-soo replies that it won't be interesting beforehand. A streamer named 2 Thumbs Up appears on air and greets viewers. He says everyone has already seen the teaser, but viewers in the chat are rushing him, demanding to get to the point. The streamer announces the introduction of a new class and invites Dragon Knight Russell to the stage. Russell introduces himself and the chat explodes with incredulous comments about the Dragon Knights. The host notes the enthusiastic reaction and asks if Russell will reveal the secret to getting a special class today. The streamer asks for confirmation that the Dragon Knight class even exists, and Russell answers in the affirmative. Russell reveals his class information, revealing a level of 323 and a place of 21st in the national rankings. He says that he was originally an ordinary knight, but the presenter counters that 21st place in the ranking is far from ordinary. The presenter eagerly asks how he got this class. Russell suddenly materializes a glowing sword in his hand, shocking the streamer. He swings his sword and a huge white dragon appears from the bright light. The presenter falls to the floor in amazement. and Russell asks with a smile if he is surprised. The presenter laughs as he shakes Russell's hand and says that something truly unexpected has happened. He excitedly announces to viewers that this is the first appearance of a dragon in Aries, which can only be seen on his stream. The presenter comes to his senses and asks Russell why he summoned the dragon. Russell replies with a grin that he will explain everything now. He says that seeing is believing and shows the characteristics of his legendary sword, Hyun's handcrafted sword. The host applauds enthusiastically, realizing that Russell became a Dragon Knight thanks to this artifact, the first legendary item in the country. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo and his companion watch the broadcast, and she concludes that Russell wanted to show the dragon live. She confirms that this was exactly her and Russell's plan. The woman explains that the artifacts that Hyun-soo creates are something everyone would want, but they cannot be mass-produced. So she decided to turn this to their advantage by creating the feeling that the rarer the item, the more valuable it was. During the stream, the host clarifies whether this sword was actually created by the blacksmith Hyun, as indicated in the title of the broadcast. Russell answers no, which shocks the presenter again. He states that this sword is actually the third legendary ranked artifact in the entire world. The leader of the Black Anvil Guild, Rovun, watches the broadcast in surprise. Sitting at the computer, Rovun realizes that this is not the first legendary rank artifact. He reflects that even the #1 blacksmith could only make one such artifact. Rovun recalls that the first legendary item was the Sword of Barad. He sees on the screen a record number of viewers for the stream, 423,013 people. Crossing his arms over his chest, Rovun wonders who this blacksmith Hyun is. The next day, Hyun-soo's colleagues congratulate him on his successful performance on yesterday's broadcast. His companion reports that the streaming platform will send 10 million in donations and 10 million in royalties, but he has decided to refuse the royalties. She praises Russell, saying that he did much better than she expected. A girl shows Hyun-soo his forge ranking after yesterday's stream. Hyun's forge entered the top 20, and one of the blacksmiths notes that this is a first for a private forge. The girl happily reports that the number of orders has become several times greater than usual. She says that many VIPs who previously bought from top forges have defected to them. With a sly smile, she adds that she is sure that competitors are now on tenterhooks. One of his colleagues congratulates Hyun-soo and says that he did a great job. Another colleague starts to say that now the Kwangmyeong Guild will also begin to act, but suddenly falls silent. He looks at his tablet, noting that he just received a message from the leader of the Black Anvil. The whole team gathers around to find out what's in the message. A greeting from Rovun of the Black Anvil Guild appears on the screen. Rovun writes that he would like to talk to Hyun personally, and Hyun-soo points to himself in surprise. A colleague asks if he really approached such a mysterious player directly. The girl asks Hyun-soo if this is the first time Rowan has contacted him, and he answers in the affirmative. She invites him to meet with Rowan. A colleague doubts that the head of the best blacksmith guild is writing just to meet Hyun-soo. Hyun-soo decides that this is a good idea and agrees to meet with Rowan. He jokingly asks his colleagues for all their artifacts so he can properly prepare for the meeting. Arriving at the appointed place, he walks down the corridor and quietly says, "Excuse me." Hyun-soo thinks that the voice-changing mask and robe are a bit much. He walks up to the man and says, "Nice to meet you, Hyun." The man introduces himself as Rovun, the leader of the Black Anvil Guild. Sitting at the table, Hyun-soo thanks for the treat, but worries that the mask will make it uncomfortable for him to eat. Rovun replies that everything is fine and thanks him for coming. Rovun decides that empty words won't work and suggests getting straight to the point. He asks Hyun to become the vice leader of the Black Anvil Guild. If Hyun agrees, Rovun promises him half of his profits. Hyun-soo reflects on how Black Anvil is ranked #1 in the country, and Rowan's annual income exceeds 10 billion won. He asks incredulously if this is serious and what will happen if he asks for more. Rovun calmly replies that it doesn't matter. He says that Hyun created 2 legendary rank artifacts. Rovun is confident that with Hyun's help he can compete for first place in the world. Hyun-soo thanks him for the generous offer but politely declines. Rovun says he expected such an answer, so he prepared another proposal. Later, Hyun-soo comes to the hospital and is relieved to think that his father is much better. The nurse asks if he is Mr. Kang Hyun-tae's guardian. He sheepishly replies that he came to sign up. The reception staff are surprised because Mr. Kang Hyun-tae's bill has already been paid in full. Hyun-soo explains that he came to visit his father today, but he has another purpose. He takes off his medical mask and says he would like to begin rehabilitation for his leg and right arm. He adds with a smile that he now earns a good income. Hyun-soo believes that he should appear before his father healthy. The amazed nurse enthusiastically offers to help with the paperwork, and her colleagues are happy for him. After leaving the hospital, Hyun-soo notices that it is already dark outside. He takes out his phone and is surprised by the large number of messages from Nell. She writes that the internet is buzzing because of him and sends screenshots of news about his legendary artifacts. Hyun-soo remembers how Rowan gave him his business card, saying that he had confidence in his abilities. Rowan asked Hyun to take him in when he reached first place. Looking at the business card, Hyun-soo thinks that Rowan is an amazing person. He understands that he is not trying to buy him or restrain him, but simply wants to be on his side. Hyun-soo comes to the conclusion that Rowan seems to be a good person. He decides that he needs to move faster too and opens the system window. A notification appears in front of him about a quest that arose when he first received the class. This is an A-rank mission called The Sword, left by the god of blacksmiths, with a level requirement of 100 to 130. He recalls that he hadn't really paid much attention to this quest before because he was busy with other things. Now he notices that there is a brutal penalty for failing the mission, but he still decides to take it on. The hooded and masked character thinks he hasn't seen a familiar face in a long time. At night, a pack of wolves moves towards a lonely high tower. The man in the purple cloak screams in shock that the swordsman of the blacksmith god has returned. The old man with the gray beard agrees that he lacked the necessary qualities from the very beginning and wonders what he did at all. A group of people despair and discuss that their tower no longer has a future and they will be the last generation. The scarred man says that because of the current chaos, their place will soon be in danger, and they should not have acknowledged the stranger so easily. He shouts furiously that everyone else is talking nonsense. The man passionately declares that Mr. Hyun-soo is the god of blacksmiths, and they acknowledge him. Another more muscular man supports him, saying that everyone has seen Hyun-soo's skill and should not doubt him over a small thing. The two hooded men say that doubt is necessary and they must fix everything immediately. Suddenly there is a crash, and the old man with a beard asks in surprise what it was. The walls of the tower collapse under the onslaught of monsters, and people scream for help in panic. The characters realize with horror that the monsters have reached here too, and they don't know what to do. The muscular man takes out a glowing sword and orders everyone to defend the tower first. A fierce battle between people and wolf monsters begins. One of the warriors struggles to contain the wolf, shouting that their numbers are not decreasing. The commander asks if they have requested assistance, but is told that it is difficult since all the mages are on the battlefield. The old man with the beard falls into despair, but he is urged to pull himself together and not think about giving up. The wolf knocks one of the defenders to the ground, and he screams a curse in horror. Another person wonders why monsters are suddenly acting like this. A knight in shining armor appears, and a system message states that Fenrir's equipment inflicts a fear effect on wolves. One huge wolf does not retreat, and the knight realizes that it must be the leader. The knight materializes a glowing bow in his hands and prepares to shoot. The alpha wolf is pinned to the ground by an invisible force, and the system reports that 1,000 pounds of weight is being applied. The knight, who turns out to be a young man, approaches the man with the scar and asks if he is okay. He is amazed to recognize Hyun-soo and asks how he ended up here. Hyun-soo is surprised because he sent out a carrier pigeon before leaving. It turns out that a pigeon with a message just flew to the muscular man. Later in the hall, Hyun-soo stands next to a ghostly blue sword, causing surprise among those present. Hyun-soo himself is confused because he thought that the sword was absorbed by him. The scarred man explains that this is the first time they have encountered something like this, and wanted to know if there were any reports. Hyun-soo ponders, assuming it's because he put off the class assignment. He begins to list his accomplishments, mentioning that he created a bow weighing 1,000 pounds and won a tournament. He then says that he saved the king, created the first legendary item, and then the second one by summoning a dragon. The others can't believe what they're hearing until the system window confirms his qualifications as a descendant of the god of blacksmiths. The man with the scar joyfully exclaims that the god of blacksmiths has not abandoned them. He cries with relief, and the muscular man hugs him, sharing his joy. The scarred man laughs and turns to the others, asking if they saw what just happened. He announces that Lord Hyun-soo has been recognized as a divine swordsman, and the old man falls to his knees. The old man admits that they were fools, but Hyun-soo thanks them with a smile for believing in him all this time. The kneeling men vow to follow Mr. Hyun-soo, but he says there is no need. They insist that they will prove their loyalty, but he abruptly cuts them off, saying that everything is fine. At the same time, in the burning temple of Reyes, masked mercenaries are searching for the saint, killing everyone else. Two women in cloaks hide in the ruins, and one tells the other, Velia, to go first. Velia is overcome with horror when the second woman, the saint, is seized and the killer shouts that he has found them. Velia covers her mouth with her hand in despair, wondering what she should do now. A system window suddenly appears in front of her, creating a class quest for the child of Saint Velia called Find the Savior. The quest window says that her savior is in the blacksmith's tower, which surprises Velia greatly. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo asks the men to get up, and a notification about a new class quest appears in front of him as well. People around him ask him if anything has arrived while he looks at the window with the God's Wish quest. Hyun-soo nervously replies that that's exactly what he was thinking. He realizes that the Church of Ares is in danger and understands that this is not a joke. His companions cannot believe this, because the Church of Ares is considered the most powerful religion on the continent. One of them suggests that something unusual is happening to them too. Hyun-soo reads in the quest that he needs to prove Asuka's existence, and this word shocks the large man standing next to him. The man asks in surprise about Asuka, and Hyun-soo confirms, adding that they are promising Asnium as a reward. The elderly blacksmith recalls that according to ancient records, Lord Asuka is the first master and god of blacksmiths. He explains that Asnium is a divine mineral created by Asuka and imbued with its power, which is now considered a legendary material. The scarred man excitedly asks Hyun-soo if he can see the real Asnium. Hyun-soo explains that they will not receive the reward immediately, but only after completing the task. He asks if they know where to go to save the saint, but they tell him that they are not in contact with the Church of Ares. Suddenly, one of the servants says that the child of the saint has just arrived. The scene shifts to a modern office, where a man in a suit looks at monitors and notes an unexpected interweaving of quests. We see two related quests, the quest to find the savior from Velia and the quest to become the savior from Hyun-soo. The man in the office deduces that Ares favors the Kwangmyeong Guild. He explains to his colleagues that the only thing their guild currently lacks is a healer. He is confident that if this quest can help them recruit Velia, the child of the saint, then the Kwangmyeong Guild will become the strongest elite small guild. Velia timidly tells the blacksmiths that she came here because she heard that a savior was here. She removes her hood and introduces herself as Belia, the child of the saint. Belia reveals that she is the saint's successor, holds a high position in the Church of Ares, and helps her. She bows and asks to save the saint and stop the atrocities of the Calamity cult, and Hyun-soo notes her sincerity. The girl looks at him hopefully and asks him to name his level in class. He replies that he is the blacksmith Hyun-soo and his level is 120. Belia is shocked by his unexpected class and low level, starting to doubt if she's approached the right person. Hyun-soo notices that she has turned pale and asks worriedly if she is okay. She thinks to herself that since he doesn't deny that he is the savior, there is no other way out. Belia again begs him, the savior, to rescue the saint who was kidnapped by the cult of Calamity. Hyun-soo smiles softly and promises to provide any support if he can help in any way. He curiously asks what this disaster cult is. Much to Belia's surprise, Belia begins to explain that the cult of Calamity is a sect that worships evil. She continues that the cult had long been at odds with the Church of Ares, but after its defeat in the Holy War, it weakened and disappeared. Belia confirms that after this, the Church of Ares was able to focus on helping people again. A system window suddenly appears, informing that the cult's high priest has created a barrier over the temple using the Book of Calamity. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the temple, all beings with divine power are now greatly weakened. Because of this barrier, paladins and priests were unable to use their abilities to defend themselves. The cult of Calamity took advantage of this opportunity to kidnap the saint. Now they are going to sacrifice the saint on the ritual altar. Their goal is to summon an evil god into this world through sacrifice. One of the listeners exclaims in horror that this could lead to a second holy war. Hyun-soo asks if it is possible to find a horse, and they immediately promise to prepare one for him. Hyun-soo explains to a surprised Belia that he also has this quest, and they must complete it together. He firmly declares that we must move forward as quickly as possible to save the saint. Hyun-soo asks Belia to lead them, but she is worried about the wolves she saw along the way. He smiles confidently and promises to protect her so that the wolves won't lay a finger on her. They race on horseback through the wolf sanctuary, a hunting zone with a recommended level of 110 to 180. Belia lets out a frightened cry as the wolves begin to catch up with them. She shouts at him to watch out as one of the wolves jumps straight at them. Hyun-soo asks Belia if there is another way to escape the pack. She shouts back that this is the only way to the temple. Hyun-soo realizes that instead of continuing to run, there is a better option. He decides that it would be quicker to stop and deal with the wolves. They dismount and find themselves surrounded by angry, growling wolves. Belia worries, thinking that Hyun-soo is going too far, as he is not a combat class fighter and is not of a high level. She turns to Hyun-soo and says that she will heal him from behind. The huge leader of the pack rushes straight at him. Hyun-soo summons a shining sword and cuts down the attacking wolf with one blow. Belia looks at him in amazement, not believing that such a thing is possible at his level. Hyun-soo, covered in monster blood, asks if she's okay, and Belia nods sheepishly. He suggests that she take a step back if what is happening is too difficult for her. Belia, blushing slightly, assures him that she is fine. Suddenly she notices a cut on his hand and points to it with concern. He laughs it off, saying he just got a little scratched in the fight. Despite his words that it is nothing, she takes his hand and begins to heal the wound. She says with a smile that although she is useless in combat, she is confident in her abilities to heal and buff. She promises to support him with buffs from the rear. Belia looks at his back and says she's counting on him. He replies that he understands and is also counting on her. Belia soars into the air, enveloped in light, and activates the skill blessing of the child of the saint. Hyun-soo feels a surge of strength and is surprised to realize that his attack has increased by 15%. Hyun-soo states that this way they can move even faster and prepares to fight the three wolves. It activates a third-level royal sword art skill called Blade's Lament. He attacks swiftly and cuts the howling wolves into pieces. Exhaling, Hyun-soo notes with satisfaction that they have dealt with all the obstacles. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of him with a message that a boss has appeared. He is surprised by a boss out of nowhere, and the system announces the appearance of a level 212 Ash Wolf and a special reward for victory. Hyun-soo turns around at the sound of the roar and sees a huge wolf standing on a cliff in a fiery aura. The wolf boss charges forward and Hyun-soo is amazed by his incredible speed. Suddenly, the wolf changes direction and attacks Belia, who screams Hyun-soo's name in terror. In order to save Lady Belia, Hyun-soo decides to use an emergency divine creation. He realizes that he needs a spear, not a sword, and begins to form a new weapon from light. Meanwhile, the wolf catches up with Belia and is ready to sink its fangs into her. The girl fights back, wounding the beast, and Hyun-soo is already rushing to help. He swings a huge glowing blade, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Hyun-soo jumps and lands on the wolf's back and stabs him with his weapon. After defeating the boss, he receives a system notification and a reward. Fenrir's broken boots. Hyun-soo approaches Belia and asks if she is hurt, to which she responds with gratitude. Belia says that without him she would have died and would not have been able to save the saint. And Hyun-soo sees her sincere concern. She bows low in gratitude, but he says that they must hurry to save the saint. Belia, watching him go, thinks that his fighting skills prove that he is the savior. She decides that her doubts were in vain, and at that moment, a notification appears in front of Hyun-soo about the start of a special event. The system reports that he has received the title of Wolf King, as well as a wolf egg. Hyun-soo is surprised by the title and wonders since when do wolves lay eggs? At the same time, a knight is hiding behind the trees, watching a detachment of warriors in the distance. A knight named Jihoon, a level 198 paladin, says there are a hell of a lot of enemies. His friend asks how many enemies there are, and Jihoon replies that there seem to be hundreds. He worries about whether they will be able to save the saint, realizing that they have a big problem. Another knight runs up to him and Jihoon asks what happened this time. The knight reports that the saint has just been dragged inside by an evil priest named Jack. In a dark room, a priest wounds the hand of a bound saint, and she cries out in pain. The saint angrily asks the priest what he is going to do with her blood. The priest grins evilly and says that the magic circle is enough to curse one person. He activates a massive purple magic circle, declaring the return of the cult of disaster. The saint, sitting on the floor, anxiously wonders whether this must necessarily be a curse. The priest explains that the kingdom of Goyard has long had close ties to the Church of Dresses. He adds with disgust that this connection irritates him quite a bit. The magic circle flares brighter, and the priest says that their great work began long ago. He imagines the king's confidant falling under the curse, which would be the perfect announcement of their return. Elsewhere, a knight named Bell suddenly falls to his knees, coughing up blood. The red-haired knight runs up to her and asks worriedly if she's okay. Bell tries to calm him down, saying that it's nothing and she's just a little tired. He catches the falling Bell and screams in panic to call all the royal doctors and priests. At her bedside, he desperately asks the doctor why he can't even guess what kind of illness it is. The doctor answers Your Majesty that this is not an illness. The king turns around in surprise and asks why Bell fainted then. The priest explains that he now clearly senses the energy of the cult of disaster in her. The king angrily asks why Bell, since the cult of calamity has long since disappeared. But the priest does not know the answer. He asks hopefully if the priest knows how to solve this. The priest says that there are two ways: to kill the one who cast the curse, or to receive the saint's prayer. The king orders a decree to be issued that anyone who fulfills one of these two conditions will be granted a title of nobility. Meanwhile, a hooded youth riding a huge black wolf rushes through the forest with his pack. In the same forest, a squad of knights protecting children finds themselves completely surrounded by enemies in black cloaks. A little crying girl asks the knight if they can return to their mom and dad. The knight is determined to think that even if it is a game, little children cannot be allowed to suffer. He firmly promises the girl that they will definitely return her to her parents. Enemies in cloaks rush into the attack, shouting to kill anyone who tries to stop their great work. The knights order to run while they hold off the enemies, and someone breaks away. The girl stumbles and falls to the ground, screaming in horror. The enemy grabs her by the hair and orders the knights to drop their weapons if they do not want the child to die. The chief knight demands that the enemy release the child. The enemy mocks them for throwing down their weapons over such a trifle, while the girl begs for mercy. He declares that this pity will be their undoing, but suddenly he is pierced by an arrow. The knight looks around in amazement because he did not expect any reinforcements. A wolf rider appears with his pack, and the knight screams in shock, asking where the wolves came from. The young man gives the order to suppress these enemies in black cloaks. The Wolf King title is activated and the pack growls furiously, obeying orders. The knight shouts that this is their chance and suddenly recognizes the savior as Kim Ji-hoon. Kim Ji-hoon asks in surprise why he is here, and a knight named Hyun-soo asks him the same question. Regardless, Hyun-soo thanks him for his help. He asks what brings Ji-hoon here and suggests that this is a special area for the priest class. Ji-hoon replies that he too has received a mission and introduces the girl in the white hood as Belia, the daughter of the saint. Hyun-soo shouts Lady Belia's name in shock and is glad that she is safe. Belia bows and says that she was only able to escape thanks to them. She adds that the savior who will help them has also come. Hyun-soo asks in confusion what savior means, and Ji-hoon just smirks and replies that it's something like this. Hyun-soo thanks Ji-hoon, but thinks to himself that he is a blacksmith, which means it will be difficult for him to fight. Ji-hoon directly asks Hyun-soo if he refused the guild's offer because of this quest. Hyun-soo sheepishly confirms this, and Ji-hoon then offers to help with the quest in exchange for joining his guild. A surprised Hyun-soo asks again about the guild, and Ji-hoon confirms that although it is small, it is second to none in terms of skills. Hyun-soo hesitates, thinking that if he fails the quest, he will be useless even if he joins the guild. Lady Belia tells the knight that she has not known Mr. Hyun-soo for long, but she believes in him. She looks up with hope, calling him the savior, chosen by God to save the saint. The knight sternly tells Hyun-soo that this is a very important quest that cannot be failed. Hyun-soo smiles confidently and replies that of course, confia em seus companheiros de guilda. His three comrades stand among the defeated enemies, and the girl says that all that remains is to save the saint. The muscular guy with white hair looks around and asks where Hyun-soo is, the one who called them here. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen appears in front of them with a message from Guildmaster Hyun-soo. They look at the map with the red dot, and the girl asks if he's asking them to go there. Arriving at the place, they see frightened children and knights who are shouting about the penetration of strangers. Hyun-soo reassures the children, saying that everything is fine because the new arrivals are his friends. Knight Code is surprised to realize that this is the same famous Hyun-soo guild that was shown on TV. He looks at their artifacts with admiration, finding them simply amazing. Team Hyun-soo and Knight Coat introduce themselves by introducing themselves to each other by their first names. Coat thanks them for their help and asks them directly if they have any good plan. Nell enthusiastically unrolls a huge scroll and declares that she has already prepared everything. She explains to Coda that Russell will distract the believers, but she is worried about the debuff weakening the priests. Nell sighs that their chances would be greatly improved if they could remove the effect. Belia suddenly says that she knows how to solve this problem, which surprises everyone. She explains that the saint of the Church of Ares guards asnium, a mineral with divine powers. Hyun-soo thinks, assuming that this mineral is the reward for the quest. Belia adds that weapons made from asnium are devastating against evil, but the problem is that it is unrefined. Hyun-soo smirks and declares that this is exactly his area of expertise, leaving Belia confused. In the forest, a hooded guard hears a rustling sound and cries out anxiously, asking who is there. Two guards notice the movement and order the unknown person to stop hiding and come out. A huge silver eastern dragon emerges from behind the trees at them with a roar. The leader of the guards, with a shining dagger, calls the dragon a divine beast sent to stop the heretics. Another masked commander calls on his men to not be afraid and to move forward for the sake of a great goal. The dragon attacks the guards, who scream in terror, unable to resist him. Russell and Nell watch from cover, deciding that this distraction will be enough. The rest of the group runs to the temple to move on to the next part of the plan. Inside the temple, Coat asks Lady Belia if she senses the presence of the saint. Belia concentrates to find her holy power and is enveloped in a bright glow. She points forward, saying that she can faintly sense its power coming from there. The group moves closer and sees the saint floating in a purple magical field. Coat looks at the saint, trapped in a huge magic circle, and asks what surrounds her. He decides to try to cut the barrier with his sword first, but Belia shouts that it is dangerous. The blow sends Coat flying back with a powerful recoil, and he screams. The knight looks at his trembling hand, lamenting that even a strong blow did not help. Belia heals Coat's wound, saying that fortunately it is not serious. The saint in the magical prison opens her eyes and recognizes her savior, pronouncing the name Belia. The saint asks Belia why she came back, since she told her to run away. Belia nervously replies that she couldn't leave them and run away. The saint says that Belia must become the spark of the revival of the Church of Ares, but she laments that she could not leave her alone. Belia announces that she has brought help, but the saint sadly replies that it is too late. The Calamity Church's priest activated the Dark God's summoning circle, using the saint as a sacrifice. The saint explains to the shocked Belia that the ritual that has begun cannot be stopped. Belia apologizes to her companions for dragging them into this. The saint, with tears in her eyes, begs everyone to leave before it becomes too dangerous. The protagonist says that the god Ares has chosen him to be their savior, which greatly surprises the saint. He promises to save her and everyone here. But to do this, he needs the mineral asnium. The ritual to summon the dark god has already begun, and if it is not stopped, many people will die. He adds that even though asnium is a sacred artifact, it is not more important than human lives. Belia understands everything and, surrounded by golden light, prepares to act. The saint explains that the barrier was erected by the priest Jack with the help of a cursed grimoire, and to destroy it, she will have to put in all her holy power. She warns that the moment the barrier falls, Jack will notice. A powerful burst of energy shakes the barrier, and the saint orders everyone to prepare. The protagonist watches in surprise as the saint hands him a glowing object. A system message appears stating that High Priest Jack of the Church of Calamity has sensed the power of the saint. Jack understands why the victims suddenly started acting differently. He grins evilly and says that it seems that some rats have crept in here. The priest claims it doesn't change anything, but the helmeted paladin yells at him to stop talking nonsense and charges in. Suddenly, a magic circle appears in front of the paladin, throwing him back. The paladin screams in pain as he flies, and Jack irritably thinks how dare some knight oppose him. The protagonist picks up his fallen comrade, but he, burning with shame, asks him to leave. The priest mockingly tells the saint to consider it an honor to become a victim to the evil god. The saint resolutely replies that this will not happen, because the god Ares brought saviors to them. Jack can't believe his ears and asks with disdain if she really thinks these guys are saviors. He understands who the saint so desperately believes in and points his dark spear at them. A muscular warrior named Bark blocks the blow with his shield and asks if everything is all right. The protagonist, covering for Belia, replies that they are fine and is worried about Bark's condition. Bark boasts that this is nothing for a tank, but suddenly his face expresses shock. Jack is surprised that they survived his attack and admits that they are not just rats. He turns to the saint with a cruel grin and asks if she still had any hope. A huge ghostly dragon appears behind the priest, looming over the battlefield. Mr. Hyun-soo quickly jumps forward to join the fight. The protagonist shouts that they will delay the enemy and asks the others to hurry. He drags Belia along with him, urging her to go forward, and she agrees. Paladin shouts at them to run, remaining to hold back Jack, who hisses angrily after them. An enraged Jack screams what they are up to and releases a powerful energy blast. Bark blocks the attack with his shield again and tells Jack that they are now his opponents. Jack angrily calls his opponents annoying bastards as he prepares a magical attack. He laughs evilly and decides to kill the warrior first and then catch up with the rest. Jack lunges at the attack, but the paladins hold back his blow with their shields. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo reaches the girls and confirms that he got the Asnum. He immediately activates an emergency divine creation while holding a glowing object in his hands. Hyun-soo is surprised because this has never happened before. The system reports that there is not enough of something to craft the item, and creation is impossible. He tells his companion that for the first time he didn't have enough materials, and she asks again in surprise. At this time, one of the paladins fighting Jack cries out in pain. Jack summons a dangerous magical beast from the portal to increase the onslaught. A warrior in a black cloak dodges Jack's powerful attack. With a furious grin, he cuts through the magic circle with his glowing sword. Jack creates multiple magical shields to protect himself from the warrior's relentless attack. The warrior breaks through magical protection, causing surprise to the enemy. Watching the battle, one of the girls realizes that their allies are already at their limit. Jack manages to hit Rasen right in the face with an energy blast. Hyun-soo is thinking hard about what component he is missing. The girl asks if the weapon he creates is some kind of sacred relic, and he confirms it. She then suggests that there is not enough holy power to create it. The girl imbues the item with holy power and asks Hyun-soo to try again. The second paladin falls to his knees, his wounded body no longer obeying. Jack defeats Rasen, saying it was quite fun. He decides it's time to finish and prepares the killing blow. Dark spikes emerge from the ground, piercing the paladins through and through. Jack raises his spear to the sky, proclaiming that it is now the sun. He finishes the sentence by saying that it will shine only for the god of calamity. Suddenly, the sky begins to change, and Jack looks up in confusion. At this moment, Hyun-soo appears and apologizes for being late. One of the wounded paladins jokes that he was too late and they were almost thrown out of the game. Hyun-soo thanks them for holding on and looks at his new blade. He raises his weapon to the starry sky and announces that he is taking the initiative. Lines appear in outer space about a force that watches over the world and drives away evil with a mystical blade. These words form a description of the artifact being created against the backdrop of the constellations. The system announces the creation of a legendary rank artifact called the Four Tigers Sword. Looking at Hyun-soo with a new sword, Jack feels either fear or disgust. Jack grins ominously, saying that the god of disaster will return soon. He rushes forward, shouting that any sword is useless against him. A huge white tiger spirit emerges from the sword, whose holy power weakens the high priest. The tiger's energy stuns Jack for 5 seconds, as indicated by the system window. Jack looks at the sword in horror, not understanding what it is, and Hyun-soo prepares to strike. The voiceover speaks of the will of the people who thirst for peace. This sword holds the king's heart. Hyun-soo deals a crushing blow to the high priest. Jack's body crumbles to dust and system windows appear around him. The comrades run to the battlefield, shouting the name of the saint. Hyun-soo receives notifications of a large amount of experience and several level-ups. He is surprised to realize that he has reached level 227. Hyun-soo is happy because it's quite a high level. He receives new items and thinks that the urgently created sword will soon disappear. He feels sorry because such a powerful sword would have been very useful. Hyun-soo is shocked to see that the sword created using the temporary skill does not disappear. His companions notice his confusion and ask what happened. Hyun-soo explains that according to the rules of his emergency creation skill, the artifact should have disappeared. The girl asks if anything was different this time. He remembers that Lady Belia helped him by infusing her holy power into the sword. The system window confirms that the Four Tigers sword is supported by holy power. Hyun-soo ponders the message that more holy power is needed to maintain the sword. Suddenly, the death curse left behind by Jack's death activates on Hyun-soo. The system reports that the curse will haunt the killer forever and will intensify if not removed. His comrades scream his name in panic as they see him fall to his knees. One of the knights runs up to Hyun-soo and asks what happened to him. The whole team surrounds him with concern, but he does not believe that the tests are not over yet. His companion explains that it is a curse that was activated after Jack's death. The saint prays to the god Ares and is enveloped in a bright golden glow. A powerful stream of holy energy rushes straight towards Hyun-soo. The saint's blessing removes the death curse from him, as reported by the system window. The saint says she is glad to have the opportunity to repay him for his kindness. She explains that thanks to their help, she was able to regain her strength. And now she was able to protect the Church of Ares, for which she thanks the group. Hyun-soo's team members are happy that they also gained new levels. The saint offers to take the heroes to a place where they can rest. She approaches Belia with an offer to take care of the guests together. The big guy from the group lifts the exhausted Hyun-soo onto his shoulder. As the heroes leave, a golden staff appears on the ground, and the saint turns around in surprise. In a modern office, a team of observers confirms that the guild has accomplished its mission. The group leader laments that this has resulted in the loss of a major quest for high-level players. He says it's a job for a team of writers who encourage their team leader. The team leader recalls the saint's action and clarifies whether it was a blessing. The employee confirms that it was a rare ability that the saint can only use twice. Another employee concludes that Hyun-soo saved the Church of Ares, so he deserves such a reward. The man offers to find out what happened next and shows a vision with two girls. Belia confirms to her blonde companion that she has made her decision. The blonde girl asks if Belia understands that her choice will cause her to lose everything.